Hello, Wakefield. I call to order this meeting of March 23rd. Does that work? Okay. And I ask everyone to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance if able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very loud. That felt like audience participation there.
I think it's because we have Mr. Mangan there.
I am joined by all my fellow counselors today, so 100% attendance rate. Moving on to public participation. Is anyone in studio for public participation? I don't see anyone. Sherry, is there anyone on Zoom for public participation? WCAT, we can't see Sherry or if our town attorney is joining us as well. We can't see them.
Tom may be joining us later.
Okay.
Does not currently have her camera or mic on.
Oh, okay. Sherry, can you just, is anyone there for public participation? Okay, while we wait to hear back from her, let's move on. That is unsettling. Let's move on to item 5, discussion voting matters. We are going to start with fiscal year 2027 town meeting warrant articles. And the first warrant article we will do is the capital budget. Oh, hi Sherry, anyone for public participation?
No, sorry, I couldn't hear you guys at all. I don't know what was wrong, but that seems like the Zoom wasn't working. But no, nobody for public participation.
Okay, great, and there's no one in studio either. So moving on to item 5A1. Please introduce yourselves, and it looks like there's a presentation.
Should be interesting. I'm Joe Bertrand. I'm the liaison for the Finance Committee to the Capital Outlay.
Philip Renzi. Thank you. Philip Renzi, Chair of the Capital Planning Committee. Good evening, everyone.
The Finance Committee Subcommittee met with Capital Outlay almost every single meeting. We had a representative. We went through it. Once again, the Capital Outlay Committee did an excellent job going through the various requests and met the budget number that was given to them. And we, the subcommittee respectfully requests that you approve their recommendations. Thank you. Mr. Renzi.
Thanks, Joe. Good evening. My name is Phil Renzi, current chair of the Capital Planning Committee. I've served in this committee for 10 years, the last 2 being chairperson. Other members of the Capital Planning are Tracy Cleversey, Dan Calori, Frank Conti, Sam Hockenberry, Shane McCarthy, and Garrett Murphy. The Capital Planning Committee met 6 times within a 5-week period between January 29th and March 4th. We are provided each year with the budget by the town. For FY27, we were provided a budget of $2 million. The total of FY27 capital requests coming in this year, $3,979,541. The capital planning must reduce the list of capital requests to meet the town's capital budget. A little bit about the process we take to reach this goal. The town departments submit their department requests for capital planning consideration. All requests are compiled into a master spreadsheet. And thanks to Joe Conway, who is a master at compiling and getting this information in time for our meetings. And we use this information for our evaluation and review. Each department head is then invited to present to capital planning and explain their requests. We will ask questions or ask for follow-up information to assist with our discussions. This year, capital planning met with the following departments. We met with police, fire, schools, DPW, library, and IT. Capital planning asked the departments to help set priorities for their requests, which the capital planning then uses as our guidance when we're discussing it. Before I review FY27, this was in your packets, but allow me to provide some context and your attention to discuss capital funding in town. Just some context, in these last 10 years that I've been on, we've been able to do a lot of great projects every year, but we're always championing for more money. Like a lot of budgets in town. But capital is a little different than most budgets in that we understand that capital projects are funded in other ways outside of our committee. We understand that some large requests may be warrant articles like the fire engine or large roadway repairs. But it's important to show here how our funding has remained flat for the last 10 years at about $2 million a year. As one will see, and this is a chart showing, actual how much requests we got in. And this year at 3.9 is sort of low. We're usually $8 to $9 million of requests coming in, getting it down to 2. You can see where our budgets were, and then kind of the variance from year to year of what we had to hit. The one note in yellow had to do with FY21, and that was COVID. We had approved $2 million, and due to COVID, we had to cut our budget in half, so we're down to $1 million. So we had approved $2 million worth of repairs, we cut it to half, and then that $1 million just never came back. So that was 1 year we only spent $1 million in capital. So as a point of reference, in FY15, there was a $2 million budget, the same as last year. So just fast forward, we want to make sure that when we're discussing the importance of maximizing capital monies, we have to keep up with inflation and cost of construction. It's critical. Every little bit helps, and we will continue to ask for more. So since 2020, the construction industry have increased. We seek ways to Please seek ways to provide at least a few percentage points every year. It cumulatively adds up to money and helps us get more capital projects done. What happens if we don't approve a capital project is it goes back to that department, and it either sits left undone or that department has to find other ways to fund it. When it doesn't get done, whatever they're asking for continues to get in worse condition, or it breaks more, and then costs just increase on top of already cost of labor and construction costs increasing on top of things. So it's really important we tried our best to really try to fund capital as much as possible. So for FY27, so now back to the current, now back to FY27, with $2 million budget. We have prior year leases of this year, fiscal year 27, $366,641, which gives us, in terms of purchase power, so to say, $1,633,359 of that $2 million to approve for new projects. The note on prior year leases, there's sometimes larger requests come in, usually for vehicles or larger projects, where we may not be able to fund the whole request in 1 year. And so it will be presented in certain if it's possible, to lease it over a several year period. And so we've done that in years past. This year we managed to not approve any leases, which is great, because as the leases drop off, that gives us more power on the budget that we do have to spend on new capital requests. So this year, we're requested, our initial request was $3,754,541. Our final approval is $1,998,141. The sewer division original was $488,000. The final approved was $435,000, and the water division is $418,600, and $320,600 was approved. So some items of what we approved, and again, this was in the list provided in your packet. For fleet, about $747,500. 2 police patrol cars. Police have been asking for 3 a year. This year, the chief thought 2 was adequate for their fleet and rotating the cars. Those were approved. The fire department had 2 fleet vehicles approved. DPW had 1 dump truck and a utility body truck, and also a cemetery backhoe to replace a really old one that's been in service. And the school department asked for a new activity bus, and that was approved. On buildings, about $545,500. Libraries' only request this year was to upgrade their camera system throughout the building, and that was approved. Town hall, thermostatic valves for the radiators, and windows, which is this is the last phase of a window replacement project. The senior center was approved for air conditioning for the second floor. There was a large amount of, the way it was explained, repairs or modifications and renovations done to that building, but the second and third floor still lacked AC. So there was a grant of some sort and didn't cover the full amount to air condition those two floors. So this was to supplement that grant to provide air conditioning, which should provide the town a lot more ability to use that building in other ways. Public safety, the garage floor repairs, the public safety building, Civic Center, replacing the basement door frame in the door, that's that side door that faces the field. The DPW mechanics garage, replacing the 3 overhead doors there. And then the Woodville, the rooftop unit, this was a high priority for the schools because this HVAC unit is effectively almost dead. So they needed to get going. This is a huge, as you could see, a very large project. And this is another example of cost increasing over time. You know, we discussed in length how these rooftop units just in the last 3-4 years have gone up exponentially. So these will continue to probably go up. So we just, when these mechanical requests come in, we want to try to jump on it and try to take care of it when we can. For miscellaneous IT, the police, they have a replacement schedule for the service pistols, the DPW new hydraulic platform lift, scissor lift to get to high spaces in buildings and areas, the fire department, 6 portable radios, a signal communicator receiver for their main station, the WPS and network switch, which is, I'm not an IT person, I'm just going to say it's their network switch. And we had Todd Bowden come in who explained that this was a need. The one they have is outdated, and this is a very important part. And so we approved it after hearing him out. And then the school department to a Gentech card reader system, the safety security cards, to buy the main infrastructure to update to that card reader system. And that is the same card reader system the new high school will have as well. We did check to make sure that these are all the same. And so that adds up to our request for $1,998,141 for the tax levy. I could also go over the sewer division and water division if there's any questions. But I will say, as mentioned, the sewer division request is for $435,000, and the water division for $320,600. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for doing that. Councilor Carney, go ahead.
Yeah, Bill, as you may recall, I asked for a 5-year plan last year, and I feel like I don't have enough information here to guide us. And the fact that I know the police department knows what the requirements are. I know Public Works knows what the requirements are, and I certainly know the school department needs the requirements. It'd be very helpful for us if we had a 5-year plan so we not only know what's going to happen this year, but we're anticipating what will happen next year. And we might be considering some of the issues where you might fund over a multi-week period. I agree with you 100%. I know there's a lot of work that's put into this. I agree with you 100% the fact that there's not enough money here. We're probably looking for money at the wrong time in the financial constraints of the country right now, and as well as the state. I think is what we're facing this spring. But I urge you that in the future, please come back with a 5-year plan at minimum. Many budget analysts want a 10-year plan, but a 5-year plan at least lets us know the age of our buildings, what's going on, where the roof repairs in the future. What's the fleet like? What's the age of the fleet? The age of the bus fleet compared to the age of DPW fleet? I think it's very, very important. They have that information. They just have to provide it to you when you ask them for a 5-year plan, and then what their priorities are. And I would hope that you do that in the future.
Yeah, thank you, John. So our committee isn't charged to developing a capital plan. We're not professional engineers, architects to be able to sit down and draw up capital plans for any of these departments. So it would really be up to the individual departments to prepare their own plans and present those. We did ask, that was one of our first initial questions about, setting deadlines for when to send your requests in, and we were wanting, was, do you have plans? The fire department, the new chief, he is working on one. I know the police, most of their has to do with fleet, but others, we did talk to them about it. In terms of a directive, I don't feel like I'm the one that can direct department heads to create a 5-year plan. I don't know if that's in our charge as a committee, so I.
Town Administrator
I'm
Casey.
assuming our town administrator will make it happen next year.
Yes, sir. Something that Joe and Liz and Bill and I have been talking about is creating a comprehensive 5-year capital plan. That's what I'm used to. And it is usually done by the staff. It's not usually done by the committee. The way that capital items are approved here is very different than what I am used to. So we'll be looking at, how we're going about the process for next year. I'd like to start a little bit earlier so I can attend their meetings. I did get to some, but because they were starting at the same time as operating, it was conflicting with some of the meetings. And I'd really like to be at those meetings to get the context for the requests. So department heads, this will be our summer project, is to start working on 5-year capital plans.
It would be great, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the goal would be for you and your team to have that 5-year capital plan by when? You'll work on it over the summer and
By
then
the next capital budget process, which I'm hoping to start in December.
start in December, start a
Correct.
little earlier, yeah.
Yes.
And not, and this is just I went to the first meeting as chair, as liaison to the capital planning, and your meetings are so efficient. Every single one of your members, you get so much work done. Thank you, Joe and others from the staff side, from the town side who go to the meetings. Very impressive. So this microphone's being odd. But yeah, I think to start so that on Mondays when the meetings happen, then Dee can go as well. But I think that's a great timeline if we could have that 5-year plan. And it is the town's responsibility, not the committee's responsibility.
And we definitely will be including Paul and Phil and some of his people on that process because they've been very much invested, so we don't want to leave them out.
No, it's a very talented committee.
Absolutely.
It's a great committee.
Is that me? I'm shocked you left $1,800 on the table. I'm surprised you didn't find some way to use that.
Under
so.
budget, right? Yeah.
Councilor Tynes.
Oh, thank you. And first of all, thank you for the work that goes into this. It is a lot of work, and it really is an incredible committee. I just want to sort of piggyback on the request for the 5-year plan, and would also ask that as we look at that, we're not just looking at the items that are funded through this budget, because I think, as Mr. Renzi mentioned, I mean, we spend a lot of capital dollars outside of this budget, the most obvious example being the $280 million building we're putting up behind us. And I think sometimes we sort of lose sight of the larger picture of all of these. Even today, I mean, there are capital items that, Mr. Conway will be presenting in a few minutes that, again, we just follow through a different process. And I think it would be helpful for us to make sure that we're viewing all of that together so that we're not just seeing a piece of the whole.
And to demonstrate what comes from grants, what
Yes.
comes from
Exactly.
earmarks,
Yep.
what comes from, charity and donations and things like that.
Yep, absolutely. This is more of a logistical question, but as I was going through the capital breakdown, I know there are some differences for some items between the initial estimated amount and the final amount that was approved. Are those generally because of just differences in cost estimates as we go through the process, or are there specific line items where your committee is saying, oh, I think, you asked for 150,000, I think it'll be 130,000?
It's mostly because estimates have come in since the initial request came in. Someone wanted to get the request in the books. We know we want this. We think it's about this. We're waiting for quotes and then getting
They
the
get the
quotes
quote
come
in and it's something.
Sometimes scope may change. Like, the DPW, Joe will, hey, we took a look at this. We think we can do this in a little different way. So we lower the request.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Butler.
And I assume the people online can hear. What sort of dropped off? Because I know, this has always been like a $7-8 million, $9 million. I think one year it even hit 13, and we're only giving 2. So what dropped off? Like what departments really dropped off their capital requests?
So when we saw, after our first meeting, we went back to the committee wanted to go back to all the departments just to double check that everyone did ask for everything that they wanted that may be on their plan. We didn't want anyone withholding requests like, oh, that's not going to get approved, we're not going to ask for it. We want everything to be brought to the table. Everyone responded back that we asked for what we asked. Most of it is the building side of things, in all honesty. That's usually a lot larger. Fleet can be a lot larger too. But I'd say out of like the biggest request, we've also been able to hit a lot of the playgrounds. And so a lot in the previous years, we've been doing a playground every year, and last year we finally hit the last one. So we didn't have any playgrounds this year, but there weren't any other park requests either. So, that's a question on whether or not there's other fields or other grounds that are going to be coming up in that department that didn't come up this year. So it was really a mix of all the categories, but I'd say buildings is usually the largest list when we're looking at that initial, followed by fleet. And then we didn't have any park requests, so.
Probably no high school requests.
There were no high school requests.
No.
Yeah. No, but in 20 years
Yeah.
there will be, so we have to start saving for it today.
No,
So,
I think in 20 years, in 3,
Yeah.
this is going to be the first capital
Maybe.
request for the high school.
Not 3.
The Galvin, the Galvin's already coming in with requests. The school's old enough. The things are, water heater broke last year. There are things happening. We're 10 years in or 11 years in into that school where it comes up quickly that it's a brand new school. Well, things are still, their useful lives are still at the end and coming up. So that's why just anything more we can get can be used.
Great, thanks.
Counselor Chrisley.
Were there any big ticket items and buildings that got requested that you didn't have the budget for? We can look forward to maybe next
Bill,
year.
we reject a school request for the Galvin Auditorium fly system. It was a $350,000 request to replace the pulleys, and I guess we learned a little bit about the fly system. It controls the curtains and the props during shows, and what was put in isn't working, and the company that sold it got bought out by another larger company who hasn't been able to resolve it, and so that was a very large $350,000 that we didn't approve from one of the originals. So.
Right.
That's probably the largest one I can think of. There were no large, we didn't have any fire engines or anything like that we pushed to.
Any more big mechanical replacements come due?
A couple mechanical replacements at the Yule School came up for the boiler. They have, I think, maybe the oldest boiler in town, Joe? Or maybe the oldest 2 boilers. We had some questions regarding that because there is no gas to that school. They run oil. It's an old, there's abatement.
Right.
So there was questions, and that was pulled. We didn't reject that. We were heading that way, but it was pulled to do a little more looking into that possible project.
All right. Thank you.
Counselor Fox.
I remember a few years ago, there was a request for police cars, and someone got up and made a recommendation. I know you asked for 2, but the chief really wanted that third one, and it came through. Is there any expectation that kind of thing could happen this year? Like if someone gets up with a capital planning thing, and you're planning for $2 million now, but is there some kind of possibility like that again that you anticipate, and how does that work if that does happen?
The crystal ball of what may happen at a town meeting is a tough one. That year was the police department, it was Chief Smith's final year, requested 3 vehicles, the committee gave him 2, and someone did make the motion, and he said we could use it, and it passed. Chief Scory came in looking for 2.
Okay.
So if someone did make the motion, it would be, I don't know how Chief Scory would react to that. But
There's other things on this list, I look at it and, there's almost 8 million things on here and you're covering 2 million. So, surprises that may happen like that again, that's all.
Yeah, I don't think, because they received what they asked for, so we didn't, I think that one year was a little, because we cut it and then someone brought it up and the town had to figure out, I guess, how to pay for it in that sense. So
Thank you.
I can also say, too, when I met with Chief Scory on his budget, he also made it clear that he was looking for 2, partly because of the weapons replacement this year, and he saw that as kind of an offset.
Do we get money back for the 60? Do we sell back the 65 guns?
I have no idea.
There is in the paperwork he provided, there is some money for like an exchange
You can
program.
get a trade in or whatever.
Yeah, like most trades, it's not as much as anyone thinks you probably, but there is money factored into this budget number to account for that.
So I think just a couple of mentions. Again, thank you and the committee for all your work. It is a tougher budget year for everyone, all departments. I'm looking at D, all departments have been told to come in, so thank you to your department. D, one thing when you and your team work on the 5-year capital plan, I'd love some more information about all the town-wide cars and the leases outside of fire. I feel like we understand police and fire, but these ones that are DPW, town, and school, I'd love to know the numbers. It's never listed here, and I don't think
Do
I've.
a vehicle on it last
I-
We
year?
did a fleet.
I have that, and I could tell you right now
Yeah,
what.
I'd
yeah.
love. No, I
could
don't
just
need
send
it
to
now.
you,
I
yeah.
want it part of D's. I
Okay.
want to look at it in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious about all the numbers and people who have access to cars, so I'd love to just look at that for a 5-year plan if everyone needs ones or people can share ones. In using your hat of coming from other towns and what's done in other towns, that would be great. Not that you don't have the information. I think for a 5-year plan, making sense of who has access to a town-supported vehicle, is that something we need in such a fairly small town? Councilor Carney.
One of the things we should look at is the fact that make sure for every vehicle we're buying there's an exchange. Often fleets start to expand by not turning something in and paying outright for them. So I think that's an important for us to know. If they put in their budget that they're not going to turn it, we'd like to know that.
No, that's a great point.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Last opportunity, something for $1,800. I'm looking at
It
DPW,
wouldn't be capital.
engineering,
It's too little.
Too little.
a tree. We can plant a tree somewhere, a couple of trees.
Landscaping is capital. It's a tough one. Yeah.
That won't get you 1 month's rent at the head of the lake.
That
Or
is-
anything else.
Our committee came in under budget.
We appreciate that as having a fiscal responsibility to the town. We really appreciate that. Do I have a motion?
Yes, move to approve the capital budget for fiscal year 2027 in the amount of $1,998,141 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye, 7-0, unanimous. Thank you so much.
Do we have to approve the sewer and the water divisions as well?
Oh, yes.
do.
I'll make a motion to approve the sewer enterprise capital budget of,
435.
thank you, $435,000 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0, unanimous.
And move to approve the water enterprise capital budget of $320,600 as presented.
Second.
Seconded, motion made, seconded. Further discussion? All
Only
in,
one question.
Yeah.
On the hydrants, like, why didn't we do the hydrants, or what was missing in the hydrants?
It's a budget to replace hydrants as
Yeah.
needed.
Oh, okay.
So it's just for stock. We have more stock than we anticipated. We'll fund what we need, the difference out of operating instead. So rather than taking that out of reserves, we pause on that for the moment.
you satisfied with that answer?
I'm good, yeah.
Great. Any further questions? All in favor say aye. 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before you leave, Joe, can you just give us a little update about our $280 million?
275.
70. I was quoting
Just
Jonathan.
correcting it, but-
$275
Mr.
million
Giants there.
project.
Kind of
put
worried
the
me. I
five
didn't
into
know where I
capital.
came up with 5 more. Yes, what would you like to know?
Just an update of how it's going and
We are presently on schedule. We are presently on budget, and even a little under. There's really been no significant backlog problems so far. Everything seems to be going, and they just turned the power on from the up the hill last week. So now we have power coming in where it was before it was temporary power. Now it's from the MLD. And as far as that,
They're starting to talk about moving everyone over Christmas
Yeah.
break.
yeah, we're actually starting the planning for the move, and actually starting planning for the school to essentially get rid of stuff. And even in next few weeks, there's going to be activity at the school where they have bins for disposing of things. We're actually started planning the actual move in December because we only have about 2 weeks to do it. So to do that, you have to get everything cleaned out and ready to go. The schools also are getting rid of things as they are going along, according to Tim O'Brien. As far as the landscaping in the outside actually is beginning this past week, but probably not because of our lovely weather. But that was beginning to as well. The outside, basically the outside masonry is complete and clean for the most part. If you go by, there's still a few pieces of glass that the supplier has had difficulty with the supplier getting it in normal times. But if you ever go inside, the walls are up, the HVAC is going in, the electrical is complete, so it's getting there. Yeah.
Councilor Constance?
Is there going to be any kind of revenue opportunity, like buy a brick kind of thing for the old high school instead of everything just getting, trashed? Is there any thought to, there's so much nostalgia of people that went through that building, and I don't know. I'm just.
My kids wanted a bench. They used to write on the back of it. Probably, I don't know what they wrote though. We may not want to have that bench. I have not heard of anything so far. Maybe the school department might want to think of that.
Should we think about it? I mean, it's not going to, move the needle on $275 million, but,
No.
if people.
That's where
thing we
Jonathan
should-
was finding his $5 million.
That's right. One thing we should check with Tom Mullen, just because there are some pretty detailed rules around the state reimbursement and dollars from other sources, but that's probably a legal question.
As part of
we
the
can look
moving
into.
things also, we are involved in companies that are going to take a lot of the stuff there and donate it to third world countries. So the desk and the chairs and a lot of the things as well will be donated to third world countries as well, just as we did in the Galvin. And we also, in the very beginning of the project, we donated some light poles that were up in the old parking, the lot up there, to a women's health clinic in Sierra Leone. So we're going to be continuing to do that type of activity as well.
So we'll check in with Tom and maybe
curious.
Doug, Dee,
I
and
will,
then
yes,
and
absolutely.
we'll
Yep.
hear back. It's a good idea if we can legally do
Curious.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, item 2, Department of Public Works.
Do you want to move to the public hearing? 7:03.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
I think, Bill, you're probably not on.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for Roger and German LLC DBA Sabatinos.
Second?
Roll call vote. Counselor Fox.
Yes.
Counselor Chrisley.
Yes.
Counselor Constance.
Yes.
Counselor Butler.
Yes.
Counselor Chines.
Yes.
Counselor Carney.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot about this.
It's like hiding at the bottom of a busy agenda.
I don't know why
Yeah.
it's so. I don't know why we moved it so far down.
We just thought we were going to get through everything in half an hour.
We did not think that as someone who
That would've been
creates the agenda.
Every
we did not
department in
think
35 minutes. Yay. We're not going to hit my goal weight.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. and Mrs. Sabatino and family, I've known you for ages. And we're gonna miss you dearly, and the whole family. God bless you.
John, we'll miss you too, John.
Those are my friend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You gotta help him because I got a little problem with my ears.
Yeah. Me too.
I'll be your ears. Good evening,
Good evening.
Good evening.
members of the council. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail. Our attendees tonight with me is, as far as the Sabatinos are concerned, is Bill Sabatino to my right. His wife Angie is here. Yeah, she's over behind Yeah. us.
And Anthony Sabatino is here as well, on behalf of Sabatino's Restaurant, Inc. Also with us tonight, German Melendez is here, Roger Lopez and Yolani Alvarez on behalf of Roger and German LLC,
Also, their legal counsel, Javier Pico, is here, representing Roger German, who I've worked very closely with on this matter. I've had the pleasure of representing Sabatino's restaurant in the entire family at 330 Main Street since 2010. It's been a great 16-year run. The Sabatinos have a longer history than that in the restaurant industry, going back to the North End, where Billy started, eventually moved to Malden, started there in 1991, and then called me one day in 2010 and said, I think I want to move to Wakefield. And it was a great move for many concerned. They have tremendous community importance. Sabatino's has been a tremendous asset to the town of Wakefield, serving as both a highly regarded dining establishment in town and a valued social gathering spot since its inception in downtown Wakefield. It has consistently provided a welcoming environment for residents, families, visitors, and contributing to the vibrancy of our local downtown area. The restaurant has become a staple of our community, hosting celebrations, family gatherings, everyday dining experiences that bring people together. That's what they're all about, bringing people together. Sabatino's has supported the local economy by creating numerous jobs and attracting steady foot traffic to our downtown area and our Main Street businesses. Sabatino's has demonstrated a strong commitment to our community through responsible ownership and day-to-day operations. They have an impeccable record. They're an impeccable corporate citizen, unblemished record. They consistently have complied with all local, state regulations, including licensing requirements for their 16-year history. They've maintained a positive cooperative relationship with town officials, with your council, with all the boards and all the departments in the town of Wakefield, and in particular the public safety departments. They've operated with professionalism and integrity throughout their 16-year history, reflecting positively on the town's business community as a whole. They're widely respected by their patrons, residents alike, and for their consistency, quality, and community presence. The restaurant's successful 16-year run did not just happen. It has been made possible by the dedication and involvement of the entire Sabatino family. This is a family business that has been run, with Billy and Angie leading the way, their daughter Carmela, a regular presence at the restaurant, Anthony, who's here tonight, and their other son, Joe, who's unable to be here. The Sabatinos have determined it is time to pass the torch, and they made a decision to sell the restaurant. It's time to retire from the business. That's what Billy told me. I don't know if they're ever going to get him out of there, but he's saying it's time to retire. There's good news about this, and the good news is that the prospective buyers are deeply connected to the restaurant, having worked there for a combined 20 years. So this is, in essence, an employee purchase of the restaurant. And it will provide for continuity of operations. German Melendez and Roger Lopez will continue to work in the kitchen where they have combined for the last 20 years, having trained under Billy Sabatino. Yolani Alvarez will serve as manager of the all-alcohol license. They are all family members, just like the Sabatinos, and all related. They're ready to carry on the tradition of the Sabatino legacy. The name of the restaurant will not change. It will continue to be Sabatino's in downtown Wakefield. As you know from the documents that were submitted, the parties are under agreement for the sale and purchase of the restaurant. What we're respectfully requesting from you tonight is to seek approval for the transfer of the all-alcohol license from Sabatino's Restaurant, Inc. to Roger and German LLC, and for the issuance of the new alcohol license to Roger and German LLC. Obviously subject to ABCC approval, which has to occur, and also subject to the consummation of the actual transaction, the closing between the parties, which we don't anticipate there will be any issues, but that has to occur as well. We're also asking that the council make the required finding under Mass General Laws, Chapter 138, Section 16, that the proposed establishment will not be a detriment to the educational, spiritual activities of any church, because there are two churches within 500 feet of 330 Main Street. And we're also requesting the approval of a common victual license and the approval of an entertainment license for Roger and German LLC for 3 televisions, which currently exist at the restaurant. So, well, every end has a new beginning, and I think this will be a great new beginning. And the Sabatinos are very excited and proud to be passing the torch to these folks who are taking it on. We're happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you so much. So just want to confirm, Sherry is the person, as the clerk who kind of does all this information, all the paperwork's in order?
Yes, correct, they're all set.
Awesome. And then just to confirm, Yolani, is
Yes.
that you? And you're like tip certified and all the stuff
Yes.
that you need to do?
Yes.
Have you bartended before?
Waitress before at the North End in Florentine Cafe.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Just get those logistics out of the way. Councilor Carney.
Yeah, I just want to repeat a question I asked when this restaurant first opened up. And I asked Anthony, do you serve tripe? And he said 7 days a week. And those who can appreciate tripe, I would appreciate that. Now that I'm really happy that your legacy is going to be your restaurant in Mr. Sabatino's menu. It's beautiful, and I appreciate your family, and I wish you well in your retirement. Thank you.
So is your question is to
They will
Yolani
keep
and the
the
others
tripe.
if they will keep 7 days, right? Is that?
They're keeping the tripe.
I see some nodding, so that's great.
I have to imagine that's not one of your bigger sellers, but
Would you be surprised how
Really?
many people?
It is, huh?
Yeah, I'd be surprised how many people come to Sabatino to Wakefield to have tripe.
We're hearing that they run out, so that it is one of their bigger sellers. Any other questions or comments?
Just a
Councilor
comment to
Chines.
say, I mean, congratulations, and first of all, thank you, to the Sabatino family for all of your contributions to the community. It really is, it's wonderful to see this. Well, it's not staying with the Sabatino family by blood. I feel like it's staying with the Sabatino family in terms of the larger community that you've built serving this restaurant. And so, we wish the new team the best of luck, and we're excited to come by, apparently for tripe.
I'll introduce you to tripe.
Oh, I'm familiar with tripe.
Town Administrator Casey.
Are you willing to share the minestrone recipe? Because it is absolutely to die for. It will be off the record, I promise. I had like 2 bowls. I never eat that much.
I just want to echo what Councilor Chine said. We're so excited when businesses continue and we get new members to join our family. We will take the vote, but I am hoping, Town Administrator Casey, that as of tomorrow, our economic development director will reach out to the new owners and make them feel as welcomed as they can.
Absolutely.
I have a really happy memory of during COVID when your business got some ARPA funds and we did a little tour outside of it. And so it is a great establishment, and we're just really excited to welcome, although you guys have continued to be here, but to have you part of our community. So with that, is there anyone from the public who wants to speak? There's no one in studio. Anyone online, Sherry?
No one online.
Okay, then do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Move to approve the all alcohol liquor license for Roger and Germain LLC, subject to ABCC approval and completion of the purchase transaction, and also subject to the Town Council's finding that the license is not detrimental to the churches located in the vicinity.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Do you have to do roll call
You
vote?
have to do roll call.
A roll call vote. Councilor Fox?
Yes.
Councilor Chrisley?
Yes.
Councilor Constance?
Yes.
Councilor Butler?
Yes.
Councilor Chines?
Yes.
Councilor Carney? And myself, yes.
And Madam Chair, move to approve the common victular and entertainment licenses for Roger and German LLC.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Fox?
Yes.
Councilor Chrisley?
Yes.
Councilor Constance?
Yes.
Councilor Butler?
Yes.
Councilor Chines?
Yes.
Councilor Carney?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
And then finally, with thanks to the new and income and old Sabatino's team, move to close the public hearing.
You have to do the entertainment license?
Second.
I did that with the
Oh, you did it
conflict, so-
together? I
Yep.
missed
Sherry,
it.
did you get that? The second motion was both entertainment
Yeah,
and...
yep, it was together.
I missed that. A motion was made to close the public hearing, seconded. Counselor Fox?
Yes.
Counselor Chrisley?
Yes.
Counselor Constance?
Yes.
Counselor Butler?
Yes.
Counselor Chines?
Yes.
Counselor Carney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
And
it.
good luck.
Thank you, Brian.
Counselor Carney may be heading over there now.
Get that last
That's
break.
right.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and best of luck.
Oh my gosh.
I get it, but you've been such a great part of the community. Thank you.
Good boy.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna gain 50 pounds. It's like right across the street.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was great. It was fun. My wife was with Megan Anderson, Ralph's daughter. Very nice to see you.
Good luck. Best wishes in retirement. Best wishes.
Great
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Happy retirement.
Yeah, best wishes. Good luck. Oh my God.
Several times since I came in October. Yeah, wonderful staff.
Congratulations.
I don't know if you said that salad 2 weeks ago, but man, all right.
Congratulations.
So like as of tomorrow, you're in charge?
I love going over there. Oh my gosh. I'm glad Aaron's going to do a continuation.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
And he makes it now. I'm sorry, what's your first name again?
Congratulations.
We loved
You have
having
a
you in
beautiful
town.
family. I met your
Loved
son.
having you.
I know.
I don't want to see here.
You and I have to cross 3 streets to get there.
I go through a lot. It's the first thing you come to walking down.
Rob Cassesso. I used to go also, so now I'm getting for a bit.
Good luck. Thank you. Good luck.
Congratulations. Thanks for all your service.
Almost 20 years in Melrose because the restaurant and mall that belonged to Melrose. Yeah, and when I came over here, Melrose people.
That's another reason. Right? There's no-
We're glad you came here.
Give my love to Camilla, please. Okay.
Remember, minestrone, coming my way.
Thank
you
so
again.
much
Take
for
care.
everything you people did.
Yes.
I really enjoy. I will never forget, but I like to get together sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want to
Put the
lose.
word out.
Yeah. You've got a willing audience here.
It's one for tripe. Thank you. One for tripe.
We'll see you. Be well.
Thanks, Brian.
You still got to get through the closing.
Right.
Not done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sometimes you get to do votes that remind you of all the good that we do. So that was a good feel good. And now
think
Joe
the next set of
Conway has
topics are
to
to be
follow
just as
that,
fun.
which I feel a little bad for.
When it's your turn.
Come on up. Let's move on to the Department of Public Works.
Joe, do you guys make tripe as well, or?
I still haven't found it.
No, but when they...
Oh yeah.
You might need a couple of potlucks or something.
I feel like I want to try tripe now, though. Let's see what happens.
if you could introduce yourselves, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. So thank you for having us. Joe Conway, Public Works Director. With me, no stranger to the table here, Bill Renault, our town engineer. And then the other head of the three-headed monster at DPW, Ann Wade, our business manager. So before you right now, we have a couple of warrant articles. Some you've seen before, happen all the time. There are a couple of new ones in here that we're requesting the council's consideration for inclusion on this year's warrant. Okay, turn it on.
What's that? Oh. Is it going? Oh, is it going up there? Oh, it's going over there. It's not going over here. Oh, there we go. All right.
There you go, perfectly. So like I said, 12.
There we go.
I think, Ian, you're going to kick this one, right?
Yep. First one we have is eminent domain for $1. Annual article, always on the list. Really just an insurance policy for unforeseen events that might happen over the year. Easements, since I've been here, I have not seen it used yet.
Do you want to go through them all or ask for questions? All right.
My favorite, trash and recycling. So this year, this warrant article, we request $2,535,526. It's a 3.2% increase. It's based on contractual through Republic, Covanta Reworld, and salary adjustments. This is the starting July 1st will be the final year of our contract. We are currently working on a new contract for curbside pickup of trash and recycling.
Councillor Chimes.
I don't know if you want to do questions while
I
we're going
think we
through
could
things.
wait till
I'll wait.
after the end, if that's okay.
Whatever's easier for
Let's do that. Do you mind?
Nope,
Let's
not at
just
all.
wait till the end. It's not following our agenda, but that's so I'm getting caught up in that. But
So, sorry, I should have clarified that. So everything on this is on the agenda. We all have a piece to it, so I kind of put it all together by who's talking.
okay,
So,
so I was getting I was like, you
Yeah.
skipped something,
No,
and then
no.
okay.
Yeah, my
So
apologies
why don't we
there.
have you finish, and then we'll ask questions.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So a little bit different. So sewer inflow and infiltration. This is one, at least in my tenure here, we've had come up a few times. This is the best deal in civil construction that you can get. Essentially, what we're asking for is the authorization to borrow $1,560,000 in Phase 16 I&I funds from the MWRA. That will let us reestablish the competency of our sewer pipes, post-inspection, and video verification and cleaning. This avoids a lot of trenching that we do. It gets us capital projects that move relatively quickly. And the best part is, out of that 1.56 million, 75% of it is actually a grant portion to the town, so we are only responsible for repaying 25% of that, or $390,000 over a 10-year period, interest-free. So there are 2 additional phases of this remaining, but as long as MWA keeps opening the door for us to take the opportunity in the grant funding like this, we are going to be taking every phase that we can. This one's a little bit different. Same idea, same premise through the MWRA. So the request number 4 here that we have is a water service line inventory and replacement borrowing for the value of $1 million. So why are we doing this? EPA and DEP have changed some regulations on water distribution systems, requiring us to perform an inventory of every dwelling or building that connects out into our system in the street. So we need to know the material makeup of the whole composition of the service line connected to your homes, your buildings, and whatnot. A baseline inventory is due in November 2027, so we need to know that the material of about 8,200 different connections. From there, after the baseline inventory is in, there's a certain class and criteria of material makeups that are going to be disallowed through regulation, that then we will need to move into subsequent phase for and actually start replacing. So you can imagine lead will be disallowed, and there's certain instances where galvanized iron will be too. Baseline inventory first, which requires investigation. Phase 2,
replacement. So what we are doing right now, we're actually out doing potholing, digging test holes, because all of the easy ways to be able to identify these things completely has been done. We have over 7,000 completely identified. We just crossed 86%, and we're in the home stretch and on pace to deliver the deadline when it's due. One of the things, as Murphy's Law would have it, though, we think that we have a certain amount that we'd hit a week, and then things pop up and we go in a different direction. So what we're using this for is essentially to break glass in case of emergency, to allow us to bring somebody in to help us do that work, should we get behind, so that we make sure that we stay on pace. From that point, once we have all the investigative work that we have to do done, then any remaining funds, we can put together our plan that will be submitted for replacing some of those service lines that we know need to go. This, like the other one, is a combination of interest-free payable over 10 years from the MWRA. I hope that we don't need to tap into any of this, but should we do, this is an excellent fail-safe to make sure that we stay right where we need to be. Combination of stuff.
Yeah, we can tag team this one, right? All right. So the fifth one is our building space and capital needs assessment for $150,000. This came up as we were talking about best use for the Hurd School. And with the new town administrator, we decided to pump the brakes on evaluating just the Hurd and looking kind of townwide for what we need for space prior to looking to dispose of anything if we choose to do that. The request for $150,000, we're hoping to supplement with a grant, but regardless, we'd like to be able to move forward with it within the fiscal year. So we'll move it with the opportunity to get a grant if we receive it. We wouldn't obviously spend the dollars. And I think that kind of covers it. We'd be looking at each of the departments, and a consultant would go through each department's space needs to determine, basically where we are today, where we should be, and best practices, for governments of our size. Emerson Cedar drainage. So we're requesting $1 million bonding for drainage improvements. Emerson and Cedar was identified as part of a 2016 townwide drainage assessment. Since then, we've done a bunch of utility upgrades. We've done a water main replacement in Cedar. We're currently awarded a contract for Emerson water to be replaced. Prior to doing that, as we do with all of our roads, we look at all the utilities. We have a need here. We have sections of undersized piping. We also have sections that are actually collapsing, so definitely a need to replace. Obviously, it's been highlighted for a while. And you can see some of the issues that happen. So that's what we're looking to do for Emerson and Cedar. Seventh one is retaining wall repairs, so about $100,000 for retaining wall repairs at Pine Street and Warren, as well as Vernon Street and Fitch Court. Both of these are within our right-of-way and have areas that are starting to fail. Vernon Street and Fitch have already been patched a couple of times, so this money is basically to patch the two walls and keep the competency. Also some funds to repair the sidewalks on top as they're starting to collapse. Parking lot reconstruction for $350,000. So this is kind of a three-phased request. First being the Richardson Street Rail to Trail parking area. So this is the expansion of the existing gravel space. So as part of the Rail to Trail project, there was a parking lot proposed with an entrance off of Richardson Street. And speaking with the Mass Trails folks, they thought it would be a good project for their grant program. So we've applied for about $500,000 worth of grant funding to construct that parking lot. $100,000 of that would need to be a match, so we're proposing that as part of the funding here. And then the remaining funds would be used towards Sullivan Playground. If we're not successful with the grant, the $100,000 would then be applied as patching and other repairs at Maple Way Playground. And this will be a recurring request over the next few years as we've neglected our parking lots for a while. So that'll be added to the capital plan. Drainage easements. So I seem to have a lot of these every year. So this is based on the proposed development at the Willow Tree area on Salem Street, 336 Salem Street. The area in the pink is a easement that was to be conveyed to the town to allow us for overflow to send into the existing drainage system in Eunice Circle. As part of that, we've talked to the resident that would be in the yellow who's supportive of this, as she has some other issues within her backyard with ponding and flooding. This whole area has had a history of flooding and ponding. You know, if you go back 75 plus years, this was all a wetland at one point that was filled in. We have a pretty large pipe that actually extends into the yellow easement. And then to get all the water into this new drainage system, we would need an easement shown on the green as well by the paving company that's there. All of the folks have been discussed. We also received a mitigation payment from the development for about $75,000 to construct this. So it'll either be constructed through that funds or through the developer himself. And then the last one that we've already discussed a couple of times. So there's three articles that we'd be proposing for the stormwater bylaw update for EPA. The stormwater bylaw itself, which has been revised based on our last meeting that I attended. Drainage revolving fund, which would be set up to take payments for mitigation payments when the site itself cannot be upgraded to the maximum extent that it needs to be. And then we have some zoning bylaw modifications that was included in the last meeting, just coordination, so that it all points to the same submittal requirements that are going to be outlined in the stormwater bylaw. And I think that's all we have. I could go more into the stormwater stuff if you have questions, but I think we've kind of handled that one in the last couple of meetings.
Councillor Chines.
Thank you. Thank you for the a little bit of the whirlwind view of all of these things. I know there's a lot here, which is a reflection on how busy the department is. I have a couple of questions on a couple of different pieces, and maybe if we could start with the water inventory. So it sounds, if I'm understanding correctly, the thinking is that the $1 million of potential bonding, you're seeking authorization to bond up to $1 million in case you can't do the work internally?
Correct. So what we did was we took the work that we know that we have ahead of us and put a cost estimate to that. And should we not be able to continue, for whatever reason, you know, something else happened, we had to move in a different direction, we still need to be on pace to hit the deliverables excuse me, EPA and DEP want us to do. So the total value of, you know, what is left was about $1 million.
Got it.
You know, could we find ourselves getting busy with things and then need to, you know, do a small project in the $200,000 range? Potentially, but the request was the authorization so that, God forbid, if we needed to bring in help to make sure that we don't miss these deadlines, they were able to do so.
Got it. And how, it sounds like we've got 1,100 connections still to evaluate, plus then remediation work. Do you have a sense as to how the $1 million breaks down between those two components of it? I mean, I know that's a little bit of a difficult question because you have to evaluate the connections to figure it out. But.
Yeah, that's basically the crux of it. So basically the split is about 65-35 in that. So the majority of that, you know, would be cost based on we call it potholing, but like I said, you know, the only things that are left to physically identify these things is to dig a mechanical hole and actually put eyes on it and document that. And then from there, the numbers that we know that we have that we'll have to address, you know, moving down the forward makes up the rest of it. You know, will the order of magnitude swing, you know, a little bit here and there, you know, potentially, but the overwhelming majority of how our streets are constructed put us in a place where we're relatively confident on where we are with those numbers, and we don't expect, you know, to come back here in front of you and say, you know, we need a different authorization because we way underestimated, you know, what actually is physically out there.
And the inventory has to be completed by November of 27?
Correct. And then when we submit our final, so we've done a preliminary inventory that we submitted.
I remember getting the information about having to check my...
Exactly. And in that, there's a bunch of unknowns. And all unknown really means is that we either don't know from the street to the sidewalk or from the sidewalk to your house. You don't get credit unless you know the complete run end to end.
Yeah.
So from there, we need to get rid of all those unknowns. That becomes our baseline inventory.
in that baseline inventory, we also have to submit a plan, because the way the regulation is written now, not only are we going to be responsible for what's in the street, potentially we could be responsible for what's on the private side too. So we'll have a certain number of different service connections out there that we could potentially be responsible for replacing. And we'll have to submit, what our plan is to be able to do that in the timeline that we have ahead. Myself, honestly, the numbers of things that may need to get replaced is relatively low. I'd rather be a little more aggressive up front and end it fast. That way I know that we're way ahead. Because what will happen if you get yourself in hot water with this, you're not going to get some sort of enforcement from the DEP. It's going to be the DEP delivering what the EPA is setting out.
So the question on the timing is, if by the time we get to Maytown meeting, we effectively have 18 months until your deadline, is there a reason why we would need to approve the authorization at Maytown meeting versus waiting for until November of 26, which would still give you a year?
Time, basically, so we can supplement, like I said, if we are caught up in our day-to-day, and we're not going at the pace that we want. What we don't want to do is create a fire drill, be scrambling at the very end to put the contracts in place to be able to get the help in, things like that.
No, I get that, and I certainly wouldn't want to kick the can to next May, but I guess the question is, does the November town meeting, candidly wondering about, kind of giving authorization to borrow $1 million if we're not sure we're going to need it. I mean, my preference would be not to authorize that until we have a better sense, but I'm trying to understand if kind of having a year from the bond authorization to the November 27 due date gives you enough
Keep in
playtime.
mind, too, so from basically November to April, especially this year, we were
That's
blacked out for that whole period, so we already lost a little bit of momentum because winter decided it was going to show up again. So we're trying to strike while, we have the constructability as far as the weather and everything is concerned, should we have to, so.
Okay. Thank you for that. Sorry. We went through a lot, so the other question I did want to ask, going back to the refuse and recycling, do we have a sense, I know we had talked about with the Republic strike last year that we were, we obviously withheld payment for the services they weren't providing, but, we're also intending to bill them for our extra costs. Where have we ended up there? Have we settled those overages, and have we gotten money back from Republic?
We did. Right around the first of the year, that process was complete. Throughout the whole strike, between rentals, staff time, and a couple of the things that we weren't able to actually do ourselves, we had to bring in help for. We submitted $298,000 approximately in costs, and to their credit, we were given 100% cost recovery. So,
excellent.
Everything that we sent off saying that was incurred as a result directly of the strike, we were repaid for via contract holdings, and we moved on at this point. So we're very pleased. I don't think anybody would ever want to relive that, but if you could script it, it went almost as perfect as it could, with the cherry on top being, there wasn't much of a deliberation at the end. We were transparent. All of our costs were real. They were incurred to us. At no point in time we were ever not going to pick up trash. That would have been a whole separate nightmare. But we were able to recover everything, and happy to close that part of the book.
Great. Just the final question. So, when we went through the capital planning exercise, one of the things we talked about is obviously the number of requests versus what we actually funded. There's a delta there. As you think about this list of articles, are there things that you would say are must-dos versus nice-to-haves, or are there things that, kind of didn't make it to the list that, you didn't identify as kind of the same priorities as these items?
So you'll hear when we talk about the budgets, we are reading the tea leaves. We get, things that are constrained right now, and this whole list in front of you is as bare bones as you can be, but things that, we feel that we would have gone beyond the point of being able to Band-Aid and bubble gum, for lack of a better term. As far as triaging it, I don't want to step on you, but
I would say the grant match for the parking lot is one that we'd like to see, just so we don't lose the grant opportunity. But
Absolutely.
if the council were to choose to defer the parking lots, we could do some maintenance to get us to bridge. I'd keep the 2 pieces for the enterprises, just because, we're planning for that funding. They're kind of outside of the tax levy. Trash is basically contractual, so it's all kind of there. And as far as the need thing, Emerson Street's probably the worst.
Yeah, I mean, we scaled that down.
Yeah.
There's some sections that we didn't have to do, so we peeled that back. So, we tried to go as lean as we could with the requests this year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilor Carney.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, and this might be because of my misunderstanding, but I heard the chairman of the Capital Planning Committee mention that all of our playgrounds have been taken care of, and one of the issues that have come up before this council this year are the conditions of our tot lots, and especially at Marcella, as well as up by the West Side Social Club. Is this something you get grants for, or is it something, because I didn't see it mentioned in the capital plan or anywhere else?
Yeah, Moulton we've looked at. So we have a design plan right now currently for it. We did go after a grant. We're unsuccessful. They do have park grants that we can go after. Part of that is we have to have our open space and rec plan completed. So obviously we are out of compliance with that at the current moment, so we're not able to go after it. As soon as we get that finalized, which I think is coming to you folks pretty soon, at that point we'd be able to go after the grants for that.
And here's a situation where a prior town council turned that down and voted against it. And I'm reviewing it myself again now.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, it doesn't look much better to me. And here it appears that we're going to apply and file this report for the basis of the fact that it's the only way we're going to get money from. So it's kind of like we're being leveraged about what that report says.
Yeah, we provided
in
a good
so-called survey of the town of Wakefield, which I would debate that there was much of a survey at all. Yeah, there's a lot of misstatements in the original report. They didn't even do a good word check. They had different cities and towns listed. I mean, it was ridiculous. And now we're being leveraged. Well, if you want it bothers me.
Yeah, so Public Works has provided comments to it. So we haven't, we weren't really running point on that, but we provided a good chunk of comments on it. So, we're looking forward to see the next draft, and if there's things that we can, hopefully catch to fix, or if you have some comments that you have, definitely let us know. We'll make sure we get it in.
And then John, Dennis is actively pursuing that outside of.
Pardon?
Nacella, like we talked about the last time we were together. Dennis is actively pursuing that outside of any grants or anything like that, just to get the numbers to match and then hit their timeline, and then, the piece with some of the abutters that may be interested in lending a hand in that, that'll come together. But you'll see that certainly pop up again next year once we know exactly where we'll land.
The other issue I have is with the $150,000 study. And I worry about these kinds of studies because sometimes it's hiring someone to say what you wanted to say, but you have someone else say it for you. And some of the things in the buildings in this town that we're looking at are obvious, where we have some issues. If we feel that's the way we have to go, then I'm going to be very, very critical of the report and what I hear.
Sure.
So if it becomes, okay, massaged to the point where we're arguing what politically seems feasible, then I think it's dead wrong. I think, quite frankly, I think we all know what we should be doing. And it's fiscally irresponsible if it's not, but I'll let this go. But I just want to speak out on that, the fact that I don't like hiring consultants to put my ideas together to convince people, and then I say, oh, well, the consultant recommended it. It bothers me. That's a wide open question there that should be able to be answered by the town administrator and her staff. That's my only opinion. Thank you.
If I had more context, if I had more time here, I think I would be better equipped.
Yeah.
But I think this will help me get educated on, the buildings and what some of the potential are, because everybody has told me what they think I should be doing with these buildings, but, that is, it's the, council's decision really ultimately what happens. But I think it will help us have an outside perspective. And I take consultants' reports with exactly that. I don't, follow them politically. I don't look at them politically. I look at them as a study of what are some of the options that we have for our buildings. Do we renovate? Do we sell? What is the best option for the whole community? Not just that neighborhood, not just that, special interest if they want. The Herd School, I've had 10 different, suggestions for what to do with this Herd School. But again, is that the best way to do it? I don't know. I'm not an architect and I'm not a space needs, analyst. I need to rely on someone else to help me make that decision and what we can present to the council.
Councilor Chrisley.
I just wanted to kind of segue off of what Dee was just saying. It sounds like from our earlier discussion with the 5-year capital plan, this is actually going to help you fill in some of that information in the 5-year capital plan, which I agree with both of you. That's with Councilor Carney and you. That's a valuable resource. And in terms of the consultant fees, I understand, because building code, access code, plumbing code changes every few years. If you want to do any types of major renovation, I understand will this be part of that study? Just going to tell you what identify those code issues that we need to look at.
The access stuff is done through the ADA budget. So I have a transition plan that's getting finalized. It's in the process of being finalized.
Okay.
So that covers the access component of it. Related to everything.
Is that all the MAAB work, Bill?
It's MAAB. It's also just the and then the federal standards as well. So it's all of those.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's identified a bunch of projects. That's why we've been going to town meetings for different pots of money to look at different pieces for improvements that need to be done.
Right.
This year, you'll see it's in my budget for $50,000, and then that's going to be towards the senior center for the entrance to the senior center to make improvements there, which has been identified. So we use that plan to essentially dictate what we're looking to do going forward.
Right.
But at the same time, if this is a building that, if we identify a building that we think probably either needs to be, a lot of rehab, I mean, it helps us to understand where we want to put the funds. So if it's something that we're going to Band-Aid and continue and repurpose, and we know we're going to, then it may be worth the investment. So I think it helps us to. So
this is all vertical construction, the scope of this?
This is all vertical construction, yeah. And it's really looking at all the departments. So it's not just Public Works. It's all departments in town and seeing what they have for space and what they would typically need, and
all right.
hopefully making some better decisions for the capital budget going forward.
I think it sounds like a reasonable expenditure, in my opinion.
Any other, Councilor Constance?
Can I go back to the open space plan for a second? So is that been, am I correct, it's been provisionally adopted but not formally adopted? What's the process now?
There was a draft of it. I don't think it's been finalized to my knowledge.
No, I don't think it's
Yeah.
been fine, because I think, doesn't town council have to finalize it?
Oh, yeah. It
But I
definitely,
thought-
it's going to be coming to you
I thought
folks.
it- I'm hung up on what you said about the fact that we can't apply for grants until we have that.
Certain grants, it's a requirement for park grants.
I think Marissa can speak to that.
Yeah,
She's
okay.
here.
Oh, okay.
It has been conditionally approved by the state.
So we can't apply for grants even if it's been conditionally approved?
That I do not know. I'll have to ask Erin Cook, our Director of Community and Economic Development. She was the one spearheading this plan effort. But to my knowledge, no, I do believe it has to be officially adopted by the town and finalized by the state in order to be eligible for park grants.
Okay. Space needs assessment, yay. I think we need it. It looks high to me, so I'll be curious to hear what town meeting folks think about it. I mean, is that market rate?
Yeah, that's based on an estimate.
Boy,
Yep.
we're all in the wrong business.
Space needs assessment consultant.
No kidding.
Well, it is a lot of work, though, because they are measuring
Yeah.
space in all the buildings. They're also going through and meeting with each department individually, trying to see what they have, what they need. They look long-term, see if there's, based on the size of each department, based on what you would typically need in a community of our size, they look at all of that stuff. So there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilor Fox?
Just 'cause I don't know how this works. Are you guys come back to discuss roads, or is that just all part of this? Or is that a separate function of the budget?
That will be a warrant article that you'll see. So we're in the last phase of the bond authorization that we did, which will be constructed through this year. Sometime after the 4th of July, we'll be back in with a new rating, and then we'll start the process to get to this point next year, to inform the town and then make a decision on, what we'd like to do as a follow-up to that. So as we get closer towards the end of the summer, early fall, you'll see Bill, myself in here quite a bit saying, here's where we started, we'll tell the whole story, here's what this netted us, here's a couple of recommendations moving forward, and then, that will go through this whole process again. So.
That's not what it made me think of it when you brought up pothole and check for pipes. Like, what about the existing potholes?
Might want to give you the best term, I think. Maybe we're going to change that.
It certainly jogged my memory, so thank you for that, whether unintentional or not.
I like investigations.
Duly noted.
Duly noted.
Councillor Butler?
Sure. So getting back to the water service line piece. So we have until November 27 to get the inventory done.
Correct.
And you've done, looks like about 87% of the inventory so far.
Just about, yeah.
Now, help me understand, because I know we didn't borrow $7 million to do the first 87%. So why are we authorizing borrowing for $1 million to do these last 12%?
So part of what got us to today, we were successful in getting some grant funding to help us. And a large part of it was basically a desktop exercise. So figuring out, what we had on paper that was verifiable. One of the challenges that we found out, not only do we have records at Town Hall, we have records in the basement of 5 Common, we have records at our water and sewer buildings. We don't have records of just one of them, we have records of 2 of them. So going through all of that paper through all those decades and getting that in, and, I'll call those, the easy ones. What's left now is things that the records have, they're good or they're incomplete, and it involves, and most of it excavation to this point, because there's nothing else that we can fall back on should we get called on a particular address to be able to verify what we're saying.
On the 7,100 that you've done so far, what percentage has come back lead-based?
So right now we have 0 known lead services. So to my predecessor's credit, every time that this lead and copper issue came up in the world of water, they were super aggressive at that. So back in 2016, 15-16, the last time that there was a revision to these regulations, anything that had the word lead on it that was, in our possession, they were knocking on doors, and the water division actually replaced anything that may have been in existence that did not comply. Should we find one, I would fully expect us to be knocking on the door again and working with the homeowner to do the exact same thing. So comparatively, versus a lot of other places out there, we're in a very enviable position in that regard.
And I guess I'm just trying to understand the borrowing. So it's free, it's 0% for 10 years.
Yes.
But it really gets to, we're authorizing, and I think you brought it up, we're authorizing potential borrowing what's the borrowing for if we need to excavate or something like that?
Worst case scenario, so to complete 1,000 excavations for verifications, and then the 40.
That's going to cost you more than $1 million.
Well, there's a phase 2 to this. So once we have our baseline inventory, there's about 50 of them that are of a material composition that right now we would ultimately be responsible for replacing. So we would have to replace those service lines. So depending on where that's located, that could be anywhere from $15,000 to $18,000 a site, maybe more, depending on what.
We don't have to do the actual replacement till 2034, right? We have to identify them by next year, but we don't have to do it for 10 years.
Correct. Then you have a timeline after that. Yes.
So I guess so this is $1 million to discover the 11 to potentially inventory the other. So this isn't to fix the 1,100. Let's say they all came back lead. This obviously doesn't fix it, but I'm trying to understand what's the $1 million for. Is it to figure out whether these 1,100 have lead or not, or is it to actually do the replacement?
It would be both. So it would be to finish the phase 1 investigation, and then if there's anything remaining, which there should be, because we're also doing this in parallel, to start getting ahead of the replacement schedule, because we'll have to submit that on paper, what our timeline is for that, and then we're going to be held to that. And if we don't get a certain amount done every year, as our plan says, we can actually be in violation.
No, I know. I'm more just trying to get, like, what are we, my feeling is like, anything you're doing in this 4 should be all around the November 27 deadline, not the 2034 deadline. Not that I'm, like, looking to nickel and dime it here, but we are in a stage where we're like, oh. The other thing is granted, I don't think it's probably at much risk of failing, but we don't want to face, a cascading effect of, like, the townsfolk saying no to a whole lot of things.
I think most folks that find out that they have a lead line are going to want it replaced right away.
But we already found out we've got 0 cases so far.
Well, that's because we've been proactive.
We still have, there's still other ones that we will, we'll still be responsible for galvanized iron too, unless we can identify that it's never been either upstream or downstream from a lead surface, which is almost impossible. So, we know it's an order of magnitude at this point that, we'll be responsible for that.
So is galvanized iron something that, again, like, so are we being overly, are we going too far on this? Because again, like, if you're like, oh, 30% of it is galvanized iron, and then we've got, I don't want us to be trailblazers here, is I guess what I'm pushing back on is that, if it's copper and lead, and again, like this, we also don't know what the current administration is going to decide to do EPA-wise. So, like, there's a chance that even it gets pushed back further. I don't mind. I mean, again, borrowing $1 million. I'd love to borrow $1 million at 0 and do whatever we want with it. But I guess I'm struggling to understand what that $1 million is for overall. But I guess, it sounds like you're looking for the $1 million to be for if we discover something to fix it, and to fix it in advance, and to be proactive and get it done, versus giving us the 8 years or so that we have left. Okay.
And just a reminder that these are all warrant articles that we're putting on the warrant for town meeting.
Yep.
And then it's a vote at town meeting.
Yeah.
So your vote today is just to put it on the...
Is whether or not we should put it on town meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick clarifying
Councilor
question.
Tynes.
So the $1 million, that would come out of the water enterprise, that's borrowing by the water enterprise, not by the general fund, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councilor Fox.
So for the space utilization part, you mentioned you've got paperwork in multiple buildings. Is there a plan to go through that paperwork, maybe digitize, maybe throw away as part of, you're doing a pipe project and you're not sure what's current or not? Are you getting rid of the old paperwork? Are we saving it somewhere?
We do.
Is a situation like the Franklin where we just throw everything in the gym going to happen again?
No,
or?
it's at least we, if it's not within an hour's reach, usually Bill and myself. There's 2 other spots that it could be, but every day we combat, the decades of paper and are digitizing everything that we can. We'll still maintain it because we have it, but our goal is to take everything that we have on paper across the board and get it digitized. That way we never can, it's never subject to flood, loss, or anything like that. So that's been ongoing for the last 6 years or so.
Yeah, and there's been some investment, town meetings given us some investment to facilitate that. So we've had a couple of $100,000 capital asks that were included with the capital planning committee, I'd say, 6 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
6 years ago, 7 years ago, right when around the time I started. So, yeah, we are.
Great. It seems like the right time to do it if you weren't already doing it. That's why.
No, there you go. Yeah, we definitely, yeah, we are doing it, that's for sure, yeah.
Any other questions? Counselor Butler?
Sorry.
No, follow up.
On the building space and capital needs, like, I guess I'm not a little confused. I'm just like, you're doing, you're looking to hire a consultant for both talking, like, how much of this is talking to the staff and figuring out your staff needs versus figuring out what you want to do? Like, I think when we had initially thought about this, we had thought about this as somewhat of a building needs assessment for, like, what do we have currently and what are we using it for, and what is sort of optimized use and what either can be sold or what should be redone with these things in terms of our buildings.
Yep.
I guess that's where I didn't necessarily think we were, like, putting a whole lot of thought into. I guess it's got to go hand in hand, but, like, talking to the people in terms of figuring out what they need out of their
Yeah, it's a big part. That's a big part of it. So in the towns I've worked in, what we see is you'll speak to the different departments. They'll come up with essentially, like, square footage of a typical office or a typical cubicle or whatever it may be. They kind of figure out blocks and get square footages of what we need in the town, and then we can make decisions on what we want to do with it. I mean, obviously Public Works, we've talked about this before. I mean, our facility is not in great shape. We've already done our own stuff. That's already been done prior, right?
Yeah.
So that, that's really not in this per se. It's everybody else, really. I mean, there's also some benefits where, if we were to have a new facility, obviously there would be, some open space in town hall. So all of that plays in. So it's just kind of looking at it in a totality as opposed to, I think historically what I've seen in my 8 years here is that we kind of keep everything in little compartments instead of taking a step back, look at the whole town as a whole. And I think that's really the approach that we need to do.
And we would also be including the stakeholders at the ACE building. What is the future there? Can we turn more revenue from that building? So it's going to be more than just, does engineering need more office space? It's exactly what you said, Doug.
Yeah.
Looking at the whole picture and then just talking to different stakeholders to see what their needs are. But at the end of the day, looking at all of the buildings, the Ewell School was a good example of the boiler.
Yep.
Let's pause on that. What are we going to do with that space? Do we want to invest money in it? Does it make sense to invest money in it? I think we need some expertise on helping us weed through some of those suggestions that we'll then bring before the council.
And by the way, if you're doing all that, then I'm with Councilor Chrysler. I think you're getting a bargain if you get that for $150,000. But
Any other questions or comments? Just a couple of thoughts, Dee, just to reiterate, like, I know this is coming under DPW, but this is really going to be led by you town-wide.
Yes.
And include beyond DPW. So
Correct.
this is, the school buildings that we don't use anymore, the ACE building, the senior center, the library, like every space that we have, that's what we've been asking for a little bit. And I think this does go hand in hand with some of the other stuff that we've been waiting for, like the open space report. So hopefully we'll get an update from Erin and Ethan on that. Also, I know it's something you've been talking to your department heads about, kind of getting, yearly strategic plans and what priorities are, and then the 5-year plan that we talked about. But it all goes hand in hand, right? Like, of what parking lot is Bill working on next year that we haven't even discussed. And so to get that documented, I really appreciate that you got the money back from the strike, and I love that it came back in January, but we weren't updated on that, and it's March. So I think, like, to think about how we get updated on that stuff, because that goes into, our budget. Like, we didn't have to plan for that, find that money somehow, because we got it back. So I think, it goes into everything you've been talking about, Dee, of just kind of making things less siloed, as we talked about, and more uniform, and coming from your office and your department. Okay, and so with that, do I have a motion?
Yes, you're going to have a large motion to approve the following warrant articles for town meeting in May. eminent domain, drainage revolving fund, refuse, recycling, and yard waste, Emerson Street and Cedar Street drainage, retaining wall repair at Vernon Street and Pine Street, sewer inflow and infiltration Phase 16 borrowing, water sewer line inventory and replacement borrowing authorization, parking lot construction for the Richardson Street Rail Trail and Sullivan Park, building space and capital needs assessment, and drainage easements at 14 Eunice Circle, 336, 352, and 360 Salem Street.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Unanimous 7-0. Thank you very much. Reminder to everyone, our town meeting is May 4th, Monday, May 4th, starting at 7 p.m. Right? Yes, 7 p.m. So please come and vote on all these wonderful warrant articles. And also, actually, one other thing, looking to you, team, but looking at D.
Yes.
Something that we've been working on the past couple of years is to have a website dedicated to town meeting where all this information can go up so people can read about it before town meeting. So all these presentations, it would be great to work with Jen McDonald and have all of these up there. And I don't know if there's an opportunity, Joe, for you and your team to talk to WCAT before town meeting and explain stuff in general if people have more questions for either one of you, but to get as much information as we can out there before town meeting is much appreciated.
Absolutely.
And we'll make sure the slides work at town meeting.
That'd be good.
You got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item B, we're going on to fiscal year 2027 budgets. I think we will be joined by Liz. Do we need to take anything out of order, Dee, or should we go?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so budget 45, retirement.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm joined by Kathy Cheek, our retirement administrator. Take it away, Kathy.
Take it away. I got it. Good evening. My name's Kathy Cheek. I'm the executive director of the Wakefield Retirement Board. This year, we're requesting an increase of $566,441 over the current fiscal year. The breakdown is tax levy, increase of $377,677, or 5.39%. The light department, an increase of $148,639, or 12.93%. Now, this increase is larger than normal. It's due to a change in the light department's 2 unions. Their job description now requires on-call earnings to be regular compensation. So that alone added a base of $240,000 to the light department salary. Water department, an increase of $13,855, 4.52%. The sewer, $22,085. That's an increase of 9.21, and that is due to filling 3 vacant positions from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27. And the school lunch program, that was an increase of $4,185, or 3.73%. So the total fiscal 27 request is $9,374,929, funded by $7,378,195 from tax levy, $1,297,781 from the municipal light department, $320,594,000 from water, $261,867 from sewer, $116,492 from the school lunch program. Now, this is based on a funding schedule that was voted by the Wakefield Retirement Board. It runs through fiscal year 2036, and it was done on January 1 of 2024. As of that date, the system is funded 73.9%, with an assumed investment return of 7.4%. We are now currently working on a new valuation effective 1/1/26.
Thank you. Anything to add, Liz or Dee?
No.
No. And then
sums
is
it up.
there a FinCom person for this one?
Sherry, is Dan Sherman online?
Yes, Dan is on. Dan, can you hear us?
I can, thank you, good evening. So Dan Sherman, actuary and a member of the retirement board. So this budget has a significant increase, but for 28, we have a little bit of good news. I've run a valuation based on the state's assumptions as well as my own. So right now, it appears that we have a significant gain that will be applicable. Unfortunately, it will not be applicable for fiscal year 27, but it will be for fiscal 28. My likelihood is that we should be able to shorten the schedule from 2036 to perhaps 2035, maybe even 2034 when the state comes back with their analysis. So we do have some long-term good news. Unfortunately, the short-term is still a significant increase in the retirement budget.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Carney.
Yep. Interested, the light department, stands out here as far as the increase is concerned. And it's a work rule change?
What happens is the way the allocations are appropriated for each department is we take the salaries as of September 30th of each year. So the salary of each department, and it's divvied up, divided by the total amount. So what happened was the light department, they changed their on-call for their two unions. Normally on-call service, it's not done as a mandatory requirement. People have the option to say, yes, I want to take it, or no, I don't want to take it. When the employee has that option, it is not regular comp. It is not included in my 930 totals. However, what happened with the light department is they changed every single job description with the exception of the clerical people. And now these employees are forced to take on call. So they must do it on a rotating basis. And because of that, it now is regular compensation. So that amount alone added $240,000 over last year's budget. And that's why that increase is so high.
Thank you.
Counselor Chimes?
Just through you, Madam Chair, a question for Mr. Sherman for our audience at home. What happens when we're fully funded in 2035?
Good news, we have a significant drop in our contribution. Right now, we're spending about, I say $6.7 million out of the total just for the amortization payments. So that 6.7 will grow to somewhere over $7 million and then drop off. We'll still have a budget of probably around $3 million at that point in time. But think of this as paying off your mortgage on your house. You still have, insurance, real estate taxes, and everything else to maintain your home, but the mortgage is gone. So there's substantial savings as soon as that happens.
Thank you. It'll be an exciting day in 2034, 2035 when we get there.
You enjoy it.
I'll take the over.
Yeah. I was going to say the returns that we got last year aren't looking so good this year.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, do I have a motion?
Yes, move to approve the retirement budget for fiscal year 2027 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye, unanimous, thank you. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to Budget 24, Veterans Department.
I'm going to pass these out. These are the economic values.
Sure.
detail, but earlier passed these out. These are demographics. Thank you, Dave. For the last year's contributions to the town. I have some more.
That's okay.
And good evening, everyone. My name is David Mangan. I'm your Veteran Service Officer for the town of Wakefield. First of all, I want to thank you all for making this a 30-hour-a-week job now. The 18 hours a week prior to that, for the 6 years I was doing it, was very difficult. Going from 18 to 30 hours now has given us the opportunity in the town to meet all the required timelines for visits into my office, for getting benefits for the community. We currently have, at this point, this is the demographics that I got from the Office of Veteran Services in Boston. And the contribution that the veterans give in this town is $17,380,000. And the figures were enormous. I had no idea it was that big, to be honest with you. But it has been generating continually. I've been able to give benefits now since, 9 months now at 30 hours, I believe, 8-9 months. Some 200 veterans have come through my office in that timeline. And 90% of them have been very satisfied. Some have been deferred, so we're still waiting on what's going to happen to their claims. We've had some situations where, an example, veterans whose spouses, whose husbands had passed on, they had no idea they were entitled to dependent indemnity contributions from the state or from the federal government. And they got them. I put them in, they got them. They're now getting $1,800 a month tax-free. They died from service-connected disabilities. It was on the death certificate from the PACT Act and the Terror Act legislation that was passed. So it's been growing almost not exponentially, but quickly, let's put it that way, in the time that I've been able to do this. It's a big burden off of me. The 300 hours I did prior to that, I had my own costs. I did it on my own. And I didn't take the job really for the money either, as you all know that. And being a Vietnam veteran, I wanted to make sure the veterans of this town were taken care of. It's been a satisfying job for me, and I believe for the people I've serviced. Now for the budget. Okay, do you want to?
I can take it away from
okay.
the beginning, and you can,
Okay.
Update as necessary. So as Dave mentioned, from FY25 into FY26, we increased the position to 30 hours a week. The Veterans Department is also staffed by a half-time clerical union employee. The other half of that position is located in the Council on Aging's budget. So there is a slight increase due in the personal service area of $2,136, and this is with a 2% increase for Dave. His position is non-union, and then the clerical increase according to the contract, which is still valid for FY27. Then we have a slight decrease under contractual services, and this is driven in the area I'm sorry, I lost my page.
Sorry, I got up here if you want. Which one did you want? I guess it's the vehicles.
Oh, yes, yes. There was a decrease under a vehicle allowance, as there have not been any expenses charged to that, and a slight increase under printing and binding and postage. And that is due to the trends in spending according to what has happened over the past 2 years.
It'd be decrease, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I say
Yeah,
increase?
decrease on the postage.
Yes,
from
all
seven-
those are decreases.
Yes, decrease in the postage from $750 to 150. I mean, that's an awful lot of stamps. I send out a lot of stamps, but usually for the Chapter 115 clients when I'm doing the end of year evaluations on their claims. As far as the vehicle allowance, I haven't had to put any mileage in yet, but I will be in the future for the driving to the different training locations. Leominster, I've got one coming up next month in Sturbridge, Mass. for 2 days, 65 miles each way. So I will put in for that. And that's about it. Unless there's money in the budget to buy a car for veteran services, I don't think there is. Anyhow, that was a joke. That was a joke. But all right, enough
You
joking.
missed your chance with capital planning.
I know. I had my chance. I was sitting right there too.
I've got to say too, I've seen your car. You're driving something much nicer than we would give you anyway.
Well, that car, the Jaguar.
Yeah.
That got totaled. I was in a head-on collision.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I stopped, and a woman ran a stop sign and drove into me.
Oh, sorry.
But it's been replaced with a little bit less of a car, a Cadillac. But I've been a mechanic for almost 50 years, so I make sure I get what I could use. This car's 15 years old. Yeah. The Jag was 26. But, you know, that being said, the Cadillac's like driving my living room now. The Jag was a little bit tight getting in and out of at my age, but the Cadillac's much easier. It almost drives itself. But, okay.
One other area that is remaining level is under veterans benefits, under recipients. We decreased that for FY26 by $30,000, but after looking at the caseload and the expenditures we've paid out and expenditures coming online, Dave has felt that that is fine to leave level funded.
Leave it. Yeah.
So that brings us to an increase of $1,206, and the bulk of that, all of that is in personal services.
Councillor Carney.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak as a veteran to the work that Dave is doing out there. In fact, he made me eligible to be a disabled veteran about 2.5, 3 years ago, and I had my annual physical today. And
Very good, very good.
I honestly think about you when I go to that place. But
Well, you know, there's another thing.
He does good work. He reaches out, and I wouldn't have gotten my disability through without his guidance. So.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. And, you know, there's a lot of things like the pediatrics of the VA, shoes, sneakers, boots in the wintertime. For any veterans who have neuropathy in their feet, they didn't know they could get shoes and whatnot. And these are really nice shoes when you go in there. And if need be, a certain aging veterans can have their nails cut for them automatically, free of charge, okay? The benefits are astounding. But what they needed was a voice to show them the way to get them. And the 7 years I've been doing this, it's been challenging. It's been like a jigsaw puzzle for me. But it's exciting work, and I really enjoy it, and I want to thank every one of you for giving me the opportunity to do it. Thank you.
I jumped the gun a little bit. Is there someone from FinCom for this budget?
So, Madam Chair, we had a member on, and they needed to jump off about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, sorry about that. Any other questions? Councillor Constance.
I just had a curiosity question on the contractual services. What was the almost 60 grand a year that dropped last year? And we're not, we're going to renew it.
So, we used to pay Melrose for Dave's services.
Got it.
We got 3 years, 90 grand we gave them, they did nothing.
Yeah.
Really, they really didn't. And I mean, I reached out to them several times, but they were in a quagmire themselves. And in the years I've been doing this, they just rehired a Saugus VSO, the Stoneham VSO, the Woolman VSO. They don't last long. As a matter of fact, the first year I did this, I said to Mary Ann, I like this job, I'm going to see if I can be here the longest. Her reaction was, you already have been. And I thought, that's a problem. I got to find out why that is. And having been retired, my third retirement, I figured, I got to find out why, and I have. So that being said, and of course, it may have been a little bit selfish on my part to make sure the Vietnam veterans got taken care of, because 500 of them die every day in this country. From Agent Orange, that's a fact that a lot of people don't know. You can Google it. It goes from like 350 to 525, and so they average it out 500 a day. From Agent Orange to PTSD, suicides, organs that just collapse on them, as burn pits and whatnot. So, and I have been able to develop a program in the state now that's called post-traumatic stress transference on VSOs. There's been 3 suicides of the VSOs in the last 3 years, I believe, in the state. There are 160 of us. And when they come into our office to put in a claim for post-traumatic stress, there's documents that have to be filled out of 781, and the document is in support of the claim, and you have to open these people up. So what ends up happening is a lot of the VSOs are opening them up to share their experiences in combat, because you have to be a veteran to be a VSO. And when they open them up, the VSO absorbs this, they take it with them, 2 more come in that month, they take it with them, they hold into it, and then it comes out all of a sudden when they didn't realize it was, they get triggered easily. They drop their keys and go a little angry. And realizing this was the case, my wonderful wife, who's a nurse, retired, so I dropped my keys one day. This is the example I started to give you. What are you so angry about? Are you talking about the war again? I said, yeah, I have to do that. Don't do that. I said, I have to. She goes, that's transference. I said, what do you mean? They're transferring it onto you. So I had a meeting with General Bennett 2 years ago now, and I suggested we give assignments to the veteran service officers in the state that will be able to call a therapist if they need to, and get someone on the line. She said, well, they'll just tell you to call the crisis line. I said, General, that's great. Only one thing. You got to start from ground zero with each time you call them. They want to know who you are, what you're up to, where you've been, and all that. When the person you get assigned to you will know you. I had Eric last year, and for the whole year in the Gloucester clinic, once a month we talked. If it was 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour, we still communicated. And he opened me up in times it was good. I didn't find myself getting as triggered as often, and it worked out for everybody in the long run. So now they're going to do this in the state. They've already assigned, if they want to be assigned, they can. At one of the MVSOA meetings, on the once-a-month meetings we have, the Zoom meetings, that was brought up, and they have it available if they want it now. The next step is to do it nationally, so we'll see where that goes. So,
thank you, Dan.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Fox.
So Dave, I come down for the Memorial Day flags every year as I check in with you.
Yep.
So I see Memorial Day. Is there going to be a bigger increase of flags this year? I know there's always high demand down there.
Yes, there is. I've got 4,300 of them in inventory right now, ready to go. And we have the 161 to put on the park. Paul Cancellieri, who is actually retired from the VAB, the Veterans Advisory Board, has set up the board tremendously over his 3 years of service with us. And we'll see what happens next. Stay tuned, news at 11 kind of thing. But Paul's always going to be available to the community. He's an amazing military person in that respect. I mean, he really is, and he loves Wakefield, so.
Thank you for all the work you're doing already.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
I've been to the coffee hour. The guys that go love it, so.
Yeah, we had some good speakers there the other day, and I got the sweater, as a matter of fact. I got this from Tommy Lyons, only $20, but no, we had Home Base was there.
Good.
And I try to have a speaker every month at the coffee socials. And then tomorrow I have the podcast here with Ian, and I have a gentleman coming in, a Vietnam veteran. He was at Cu Chi. He was the chaplaincy corps, where he got a Bronze Star for bringing back the bodies and bagging them and all that kind of thing. That's what he did. And he's my brother-in-law, too, so he's coming out here from Norfolk, so he's quite a guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Butler.
Oh, and just a quick question, not looking after it, but like, why, you mentioned the flags on Memorial Day. Why were they so cheap last year? I'm not looking to cut
They're
that
the same
budget.
price this year.
Oh,
I think, yeah,
it just showed up as
pretty sure.
$325. Is it just?
So,
we got more of them.
yes, so remember you bought them this year.
Right.
And it was out of the office supply line. So spent to date in office supplies, and this is, the flags is $5,222.
Oh, I got it. So yeah, so that's where, okay.
Yeah.
It's just a different line item. Okay.
Dave, how is your new space going?
No, that's so tiny. It's wonderful. You're kidding me. It's like, wow. It's for being downstairs where it was a good place for me to be, too, because it was private down there as well. Up there, and thank you, Karen Burke. She's done wonderful over there in the designs and the layout. I have, there's a facility right outside my office, which is nice. It's used by the whole second and third floor, but it's right there by my office, so it's good. And the space is great. We have a nice, until the air conditioning gets put in, I have a device that they had purchased for me that is both heat in the winter and cool air conditioning in the summer. So, and it works really well. It's very nice. But people love the office, and it's awesome. It really is. I love it. Thank you for asking.
Good. No, that's something that we invested in last year, so it's good to hear that feedback. And people are coming to visit you, and you enjoy this space, and we need to hear that. So, and I thank you for this community value sheet. This is great. I hope we can get this online somewhere, because it is lots of great information.
The thing about it that I like is that it's $17 million of economic value to the community for purchasing at restaurants and stores and businesses that helps the community raise up, That's there.
Yeah.
It's liquid assets, so.
Councilor Carney buys a lot of tripe at.
I know. I gotta go there sometime.
I think that's a big portion of that 17 million.
I'll treat you sometime.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah. So the other thing is in May, I had a uniform donated from a World War II veteran, Joe Perillo, who was 104 years old. He passed away, and his uniform was on display at the wake at McDonald's. And his daughter, who's a doctor from California, was out, and she said, "I'd like to donate this to the AmeriCal Division Civic Center there." And so it's already boxed up in a shatterproof glass. It's beautiful. It was done by a volunteer who did it. He has a carpentry shop, and he wanted to do it. So the uniform has, and also there's a QR code in the bottom brass plate we had put on it that is a 5-page dossier of this gentleman, on this veteran, all the battles he was in Guadalcanal, hence the AmeriCal, Guadalcanal, Guam, Okinawa, I believe Philippines as well. He was quite a guy. And I went to see him at the Brightview, and I was with the Rotary Club at that time, and he fell asleep in his chair. I said, "Joe, you all right?" He goes, "I'm just resting my eyes, David." And then I looked at him, he goes, if I knew I was going to live this long, I would have been taking better care of myself. And of course, he did fine. But he peacefully went, and he was a great American. Great American.
Well, I do want to take a moment and to recognize all the work that you do, and also the Veteran Advisory Board, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
At the Veterans Day ceremony in November, you had volunteers that made hats to give to a veteran, and so I mailed one to one of my favorite veterans that Jonathan and I graduated with, our classmate Sarah Mitch, and she wrote me a lovely letter and really appreciated that the town of Wakefield recognized her.
Great.
And so you put on great events. Thank you to all the volunteers who serve on that committee, and also just a reminder to tie it all together that the Grand Marshal for our July 4th Independence Day Parade in Wakefield will be retired Naval Commander Shelby Nikitin.
Yep, I've heard that.
So looking forward to seeing her as the Grand Marshal.
Also, the newest member of our Veteran Advisory Board, too.
Yes,
Which we will be. Did we already vote on that, or we will be?
Oh, is that today? I think we voted on that.
I think we already did. Yes. So full circle.
Wonderful.
And I want to remind folks, we voted on our husband, too.
Oh, that's
Kevin. Yeah, Kevin's a great guy. Yeah. And I guess the Daughters of the American Revolution president, Gail, she'll be speaker on Memorial Day here in Wakefield. And currently I have 2 medals that I'm getting. One is the Ambassador for Peace Korean medal, and the other is a Medal of Liberty. Then I hope the Liberty one might not come in time, but I will offer it on Veterans Day, the 11th of November, if it doesn't get here in time. But
well, as we get closer to November, please come back and tell us all about those details.
I sure will. Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Councilor Chrisley.
I'd just like to add my thanks, David.
You're very welcome.
You're passionate for the work that you do, and it's clear that you really identify with veterans, and it's more than a job to you, so that's really great to see.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your veteran Jag that's no longer with us.
Yeah. It was my last Jag, though. I've had him for 50 years. It was a hobby. I used to do jet fighter bombers, And that's a long story, anyhow.
It doesn't fit in the
You know,
driveway as well,
sometimes you
does it?
can't shut me up. So the medication the VA gives me, what can I say? Calms me down. I'll blame the VA.
Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Move to approve the Veterans Department budget for fiscal year 2027 as presented.
Second.
Second is great. Any further discussion? All in favor? Say aye. Unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Liz. Thank you.
Moving on, budget 46, group health insurance.
So we need to delay this budget. The GIC was very late in getting its final rates to us, so we still need to do some more analysis, and we also need to meet with the subcommittee. Liz and I were unaware that there was a group insurance subcommittee, so we need to meet with them as well before we present it to you. So we'll kick this to the 13th.
A group insurance subcommittee for the FinCom?
For the Finance Committee, yes.
Okay, great. Can I make a suggestion, and this is D through you to Sherry? I think in our future budgets, can we put the FinCom liaison listed
Yes.
also, just so we all know who it is, and then we can be on the lookout? That would be really helpful.
We have a lot of ideas for next year.
Yeah, so another idea, I'm looking at the
Yep.
chair of FinCom, but that would be helpful too. And now we know next year that there's a subcommittee. Great. Okay, moving on to budget.
I was going to say, I chaired that subcommittee when I was on.
Budget 26, Health and Human Services.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Anthony Choi. I'm the health director for Wakefield. I wanted to go over a couple of quick things we've been working on this year. We've been very successful in all the areas that we've been working on. So starting with the inspectional services part of it, we've been working with our restaurants very closely this year, and I'm happy to say that all of them are doing very well. I think the restaurant business is very difficult, and they've been going through a lot of turnover over the last few years, but they've really created a dedication towards safety. And working with us, our inspector has been really good about educating our restaurant owners, and we're proud to say that all of them are in good standing with us right now. That's in part due to the dedication of our inspectors to work with them, spend time kind of educating them, and bringing them into compliance. So we're very excited about that. Our public health nursing sector has been very active this year throughout our clinics. Camp season is ramping up very soon. But just providing education, we work very closely with our senior center as well to provide education to all of our residents, and we also work very closely with our schools. Very recently, we've been working on a Narcan project, making that widely available to all the residents and making sure that everybody's aware of Narcan being available both at the schools and at all of our community buildings as well. In our third branch is community health and social services. We've been very lucky to have our social services really take off. Our food pantry in our town has worked very closely with us, as well as other areas, the library. Our social services coordinator has made great contact with our residents, has formed a lot of good connections and helped them get connected to existing resources. We're hoping that we continue to expand those services and work with other community agencies to bring resources to them. And our substance use prevention arm has been very active this year. We've been working on a lot of different policies and working on education. Most recently, the Board of Health has taken up Kratom as a discussion topic for substances that are of concern to us in our community. And that's thanks to the tireless work of our substance use prevention coordinators to bring that information to us. So all in all, our department has been running very well, and thank you to the town council, the town, for investing in health and human services up to this point.
Just to give you some highlights of the Health and Human Services budget for FY27, and Anthony can correct me where I may not speak correctly. We have our largest change in personal services for FY27. It is an increase of $108,000. And the reason behind this is no new staff, no new positions. It strictly has to do with the offset that has been happening for the past 3 fiscal years of $100,000 from opioid settlement funds. So in FY26, we had a $100,000 offset. So really bringing that budget figure to $399,000. FY25, $100,000 offset from opioid and a $50,000 offset from ARPA. So that fills in some of the gaps that have been taking place in personal services. So in the grand scheme, it is not a large increase. It just is because there is no opioid settlement offset for FY27. And then we go down to contractual services. The increase in contractual services is driven under professional services. Anthony is an employee of Melrose, and we share him with Melrose and Stoneham. So that is that increase. And lastly, the increase is contractual, and it is for the mosquito spraying. And that brings us to the grand total over FY27 over FY26, $116,344.
Is there someone from FinCom on for this or no?
It was
they had to leave.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was Evan.
Yes. Okay.
And he had to jump off.
Okay. I saw both of you. So Councillor Tynes. Councillor Butler.
I'm always the hard
We'll
one.
go alphabetical.
So, sort of I'm trying to understand the professional services line just as compared to the previous 2 years. 2 years ago it was 72, and then we did it as 30. Is it that you broke out the 100,000 proportionally across both you and all the personnel? Or I'm just trying to understand why would we be budgeting 128 for fiscal 27 when it looks like we've spent 30 through the first 6 months of this year. We spent 72 the previous year. Why is it going up by so much?
So contractual, it's a percentage increase going up, and I believe that in FY25 there was a gap in one of the inspectors that we shared. There was a timing and hiring, and so that is the cause of the actual expenditure in FY25 to be below what was budgeted in FY25.
Was this animal control?
No.
No, this doesn't fall under that.
No.
This,
Anthony is
that
the animal
included in here
control.
yet or no?
Are you going to stipend for animal control?
I am temporarily, yes.
We did the animal control budget earlier on, not today, a few weeks ago.
Right. No. So I guess again, like you didn't really break down the professional services line item at all. So like I still don't understand. So we were missing a person for the first part of this year, but the doubling of the first 6 months of this fiscal year versus the previous fiscal year, I mean, the contractual obligation, no offense, but he couldn't have doubled his pay.
No. So in FY25, there was a point in time where we didn't have a full inspector that we paid Melrose for. And I'm not speaking about Anthony. There was a position that we also shared with Melrose, and we did not have that filled for all of FY25. And then to speak to actual expenditure through 12/31, there was a lag in bills. So that actually, because I looked this up, only represents 3 months.
So they bill us like in arrears for the prior quarter?
So it should be 60 through the first 6 months of the year, roughly ballparking.
Yes, roughly, yes, which would bring us very close to our budgeted figure for FY26 of 122.
Yeah, the 120.
Mhm.
That okay.
Yep.
So that's fine. And then I mean, I guess this gets to, because I raised this when we were doing it. When you use like short-term grants to fund what you're now operating, that it's a permanent position, and that might not have been how we were sold it, but it's a permanent position. Now we're on the hook for, you're like, oh, it's a nominal increase over if you exclude the grants, but we can't exclude grants because now we actually have to pay for it.
It's best practice not to use one-time funding for reoccurring expenses.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree with you.
You're like, amen.
And, like I said, I researched all the way back to FY 2024 to see if there was an increase in actual FTEs or a large increase in one particular FTE, and it has been the same amount of FTEs at least since 24 forward.
And mathematically, we can't keep supplementing the personal services budget by this amount, because in 2026, for the remainder of the year, we're only going to get $50,000, $870.78 in opioid payments from the different providers. And the opioid payments vary each year, so you can't rely on it as a funding source for staff. Some of the opioid
But
settlements...
we added all these people because of COVID and because of the opioid settlement. The question is
Right.
are we overstaffed?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Can I speak to some of the historic
Sure.
context on this? So I wouldn't say that we did intentionally add staff to this department, and there were a couple of reasons for that. One was, if you go back to prior to Director Choi's tenure, we were doing something like a third of the health inspections that we should have been doing under federal guidelines. So there were just restaurants that we should have been inspecting.
It's not health inspections here, Jonathan. That's disingenuous.
But it was, because
but no, it's disingenuous
if I could finish,
to argue it. Nah.
If I could finish, that was a big piece of it. We also decided that we wanted to invest in the prevention and social services. So another position that we added was the social worker. At the time, we used some, not ARPA funds, but it was whatever the pre-ARPA set of COVID dollars were, as well as some of the opioid dollars, basically to spread the increases from the extra staff in terms of the impact to the budget. And so the thinking was that, rather than showing a 50% increase in the budget in 1 year, that we would use, basically those COVID funds and some of the opioid money to create a little bit of kind of a softer ramp up in the staff. But the staffing increase was a very intentional strategy on the part of the council. I think this was, what year did you start, Anthony?
2021.
2021. So this was going back to fiscal 22 and 23. It was a very intentional
very
strategy.
Much expanded under Anthony's. The health department has expanded dramatically under.
But my point being, we expanded with eyes wide open, and also knowing that we were relying on some shorter term funds, basically to be able to smooth the impact of those increases on the overall budget.
I don't particularly agree, but we came at it from two different sides then as well. I don't have anything.
Councillor Chines.
Yeah, no, just the other question I wanted to ask was actually, and you started to reference it, Town Administrator Casey, around sort of the opioid settlement. So there are funds that are kind of coming in every year, and do we have a sense of, there's obviously variability. Do we have a sense as to what the outlook is for the coming fiscal years, and then how we think about that with regard to the activities of your department?
Yeah, so we do have some projected opioid funds that are coming from the original settlement. We actually received another notice that the state is going to receive another pot of money moving forward, but that will take a couple months to resolve, I assume, before we find out how much we're signing on to it, as in most towns are. We're also looking down the road. There's also several other settlements that are looming potentially that are going to be resolved in the next few years. So we do know how much is coming from this projected next year and for this original settlement, but we don't know how much is coming from the future settlements.
Gotcha. And what's the number that we're expecting for the original settlement? And this was the small settlement, right? I know the one that's coming is the Purdue. This was the consortium of...
It was I want to say CVS and Walmart and a bunch of other...
I did not add them all up, but we do have a funding schedule, so I can get you that number. But we have a funding schedule through 2038. Excluding any new settlements that come down the pike.
Got it. Thank you.
Councillor Carney?
I was just suggesting as a practical matter that we use the last item on the budget as a credit. The fact that we're offsetting this budget, that way you'll have more consistency year to year to look at how many bodies we have, how many people we have.
I couldn't agree more.
Because first thing I saw, and I'm sure we all saw, was the $100,000
And the police department is giving the health department $40,000 that they had for the rapid response
recovery coach,
that they found that we didn't need, but our staff could absorb that. So this $100,000 really from an accounting standpoint, is 60.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor Fox?
Sure. So back to the 100,000. What position was added as a result of that found money, I'll say? Was it for more health inspectors? Was it something, what was added when that money was coming in?
So the positions already existed.
Okay.
So
it wasn't a new position, it was just...
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
So so the positions that we use to work with this money is actually a the prevention outreach and youth services manager, the assistant public health nurse, social services manager, and the prevention and wellness coordinator part-time. So those positions existed. 2 of those used to be on a grant, the Drug-Free Communities grant, which we held for 10 years. Actually, it was year 9 when I joined. So that grant focused a lot on substance use prevention, working with the schools, and we deemed that to be an important objective for our town, is to continue working on those objectives that were built on for 10 years. So those funds did not directly go to creating any new positions.
Okay, but the grant ended. We found
Correct.
another way to fund it.
Correct.
Counselor Chines?
I'm glad we sort of started talking about the grants too, because I do want to highlight that this is a department that is very active in finding grant opportunities to support a lot of the work that they do. That prevention position didn't exist until that original 10-year grant, and again, this was one of the things that as we thought about the long-term strategy with the department, we saw the value in that and wanted to maintain that, which is why, it's been this sort of like weird, like kind of in-between place where parts of it are grant funded, parts of it are funded by the tax levy. But, one of the things I think that we've done a good job, and you guys have done a good job in, is really making sure that we're leveraging the grant opportunities that are out there, which is why we're part of the Mystic Valley Health Coalition and some of those other things that we do to be able to try to bring more money into the department and into the town.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Yes, move to approve the Health and Human Services Department budget for fiscal '27.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'm in favor just because we've contractually, there's no extra stuff here other than people. Like we've gone from, I think we were 4 people probably pre-COVID, and now we're 7.
Yep.
And if it was any other group, we'd have a problem with a 75% increase in people.
Now, again, I think as a board, we felt that it was an under-resourced area for a long time.
I would like Town Administrator Anthony, I think your overview was great. I'd love for you to come back, not budget cycle, and actually give us the numbers of how many people the social worker meets with, how many inspectional services. I think the data is really important, and I felt like that was missing a little bit because I know your team is at capacity, how many meetings Liz does, what committee she works with, what I think we kind of need that data, and I would encourage not wait till next budget. If we could get that, I think that's really helpful conversation to have.
And the beauty of a GFOA budget, Liz and I keep saying, is that's the kind of data that's included in that level of budget,
Yeah.
which you will get.
And also the grants that we've gotten, right? So I think it's hard. This isn't the whole picture of what the department does, and so I think if we could get that whole picture, it would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
Councillor Fox?
Just curious, when other town departments have grants, what happens when the grant runs out to positions? Is that common to keep people, or does the position go away? I just for health, I just mean in
So
general.
again, these grants didn't pay for positions. Like we didn't create positions based on getting a grant. These positions were positions we needed. We used, they weren't even grant. We used
federal funds.
Well, some federal grants, but it was like opioid, like it was,
CARES Act,
it was,
ARPA.
it was like funding that we helped to pay for those positions.
Right, I understand that part of it is when there was a 10-year grant that paid for the position, that grant ended. And then another source of funding was found that paid for that grant, that paid for that position. And now that's...
We don't fire firefighters because a bunch of them came on for the SAFER Act, even though.
I think
that's the kind of thing I'm going with. Like, do other town departments bring someone on, the position is then paid for by the town when the grant is gone? Do we just keep people, or do they go with the grants?
I can't speak for the past, obviously, but moving forward, we will not be funding positions with grant money. It is just not a good practice, because to your point, the grant eventually runs out.
Right.
And unless you have a funding plan, and in my former community, we had a funding plan for some positions, 80% grant, 60, 20, then the town takes it on. It's part of our long-term 5-year plan. So we won't be funding positions with grant money. It's just not a good practice, because then when the grant ends, you're either telling the person that now they're unemployed, or you have to try to do what we're doing and absorb it, because if we spend all of the opioid money on salaries, which you're not supposed to do anyway, there's nothing for programming. And that's the essence of why we're getting these opioid monies, to get out into the community and to have these programs that go beyond staff.
If I can add just some
Counselor
historic context, I think, again, with the prevention position, it actually did become part of the department's budget when that grant expired, and then they found kind of other grants sort of after the fact to try to, just basically bring revenue into the department to fund what they were doing. The firefighter thing through the SAFER grant, Chief Sullivan's argument always, which again the council and the town administrator at the time agreed with, was that the positions that were hired with the SAFER grants were necessary to bring them up to the minimum staffing ratios that they felt they needed to be at. And so I think the argument was that we would have made those additions anyway. The SAFER grant just basically took it off of our dime for a couple of years at the beginning of each of those positions. But I think it depends on, it's circumstantial, or it has been circumstantial historically.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the position's not important. I took DARE as a kid and all the stuff that went along with it. I'm just curious, when funding goes away, the job doesn't go away, and has to be paid for somehow.
Yeah. And I think with this department, we knew that somehow was coming, and it was an intentional. It was an intentional strategy, knowing that at some point the full cost of expanding the department would come back to the tax levy.
So,
Councilor Butler.
Councilor Carney, I don't think he's spoken.
When you start changing course, it confuses people, and if you're not there when it happens, it's hard to read into it. But the Finance Committee made a change on how they were looking at budgets this year. When you add that to the point where now all of a sudden we're including grants on a line item instead of on an addition to or a credit to, then it confuses it when you see a number like that, a $100,000 increase. 2 years from now, someone's going to be asking the same question when they're looking at that budget. How come the budget went up 100,000? So I think there's a better way we all cooperatively can make this work better. Thank you.
And we don't consistently report grants that we get, and that's a larger issue too that I hope we.
That I think Dee and Liz are going to work on, right? That's the plan, the finance department. Yeah, I see. Liz, thank you for having the answers, but also in just our materials, there needs to be more explanation.
Absolutely.
And I know it's something that both of you are going to work on.
Yeah, we tried not to make too many changes, but where we saw it absolutely necessary, that's what we did.
And so
Go ahead, Councilor Butler.
Regionalization. So is regionalization for a number of the staff, or are you the only regionalized folk?
So there's three of us. So myself, the senior health inspector, and the senior public health nurse. The three of us are shared with Melrose and Stoneham. Wakefield covers 30% of the costs. Stoneham covers 30%, and Melrose covers 40% of it.
For all three?
The three of us, correct? Yes.
Okay.
And then Dee, something we don't regularly do, as Councilor Butler mentioned, that is that I hope when you have conversations with those other towns and their mayors or town administrators, you're talking about how it's going on everyone's level, so we don't have an animal inspector situation again, but just, regularly, like, is everyone happy on all of our inter-municipality agreements? I think that's also helpful to do as we look at the budget.
We had lunch a few weeks back.
Yeah, and so no concerns from anyone. Okay.
And all of them show up in the all the people who are listed here are all full Wakefield only. Okay, so that was my other thing. I was trying to do the math, and I was like, wait, we won't get into it, but like, how much does a health inspector get? And so times 3. So I was like, oh, okay. But no.
That was a good question.
You looking for a career change?
I was like, no thanks. That I'm not sure there's an amount of money you could get me to be
We
a
could
health
always use more.
inspector. Yeah,
They have a training program too. They can get you set up.
We have 5 successful graduates from our health inspector trainee program, so we're very excited.
We had a motion and it was seconded. No further discussions. All in favor, say aye. Thank you very much. Chair prerogative, can we just go down to item C and talk about the intermunicipal agreement with Melrose, Stoneham, Wakefield for our animal control services?
Oh, sure. Yes. So I can give a little bit of context. So I've actually worked as the temporary, the interim animal control officer for a little bit here in Wakefield. I have some experience working in Melrose as such as well. I think animal control is kind of a difficult position. I think statewide we've always looked to kind of improve those services. It's kind of start and stop because there's it's a very responsive position as well. So there's incidents where there's dog bites or off-leash dogs or other issues that may come up with animals. So it's something that we've tried to figure out over the years, and this opportunity came up that we could potentially regionalize our services for the 3 communities. Our 3 communities share similar needs in terms of animal control. I believe it to be a cost-effective way to manage those resources, and animal health is public health. We do see that to be an important resource. We want to do more education in that area and get more dogs vaccinated. That will effectively make our community safer as well. So I think this naturally falls into our departments and its functions. And I think this is a good opportunity for animal control to kind of dovetail into the 3 communities.
And I'm very happy with the memorandum of understanding, and it now comes with a job description, which we did not have before. So we will hold this person accountable, or people accountable, for what they should be doing.
Councilor Butler.
That feels to me like a good, you want to talk about like a good gig. It's the animal inspector.
Councilor
I don't know that I'd agree with you on that one.
Councilor Carney.
I thank you for taking this on because I don't think it's ever worked. We've always had problems with it. We actually bought a dog once to chase the geese off the lake, and he went out in disability. I mean, it's been story after story after story, and I had issues. I don't think there's a good way of venting it because I found a stray animal and I called the police department and they said call this number, and they never got back to me. And you forget about it. A week later, you said, gee, they never got back to me. And you don't complain. You don't call up and complain. So thank you for taking it on, and I hope you can make it work.
Yes, thank you.
So Dee, just to clarify, once this is signed, we'll post the job?
I believe Melrose is going to handle
Melrose will, and they will hire the position.
Correct. So of a very similar setup to the three staff members that we have currently regionalized, Melrose would be the one to post it. And
right. Yeah. And it's not a full-time job.
It will be full-time.
It will be.
Divided amongst the 3 communities.
One person for 3 communities.
Which is very different than our prior arrangement. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where this will make a difference, because we will have someone who is dedicated to the 3 communities and not, I don't know, the other people had 7 or 10 or whatever. So this will be a change in that. And also we did add monitoring of our parks to the job description intentionally.
Thank you.
And fun fact, we're going to add a bylaw that's going to Councilor Fox's comment, add for if you don't pick up after your dogs, that we're going to institute fines. So this person will be responsible for enforcing that as well. We clearly have a problem in the parks, and so I think the way that we need to address it is through compliance.
Excellent. Excellent.
Councilor Fox. Did I see your hand up?
No, I'm just agreeing with.
Oh, I thought I saw some. No?
No.
Oh.
No, I will. Are we bringing back Flash the Wonder Dog to chase geese around? Is that part of the budget?
Was that his name?
Yeah, it was Flash. It was a $10,000 geese chasing dog.
He broke his leg.
It broke its leg like the first week, and that was the end of that.
True story.
The other option was someone using blanks and a shotgun to scare geese away. And I decided that
what could possibly go wrong with
hiring
that?
a trained dog would be better, and of course the dog was crippled, so that was the end of
Tried to
that.
have the boom gun and everything else. Whatever, disability the first week.
I don't know. The dog became a pet, a $10,000 pet.
Can't make this stuff up.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, move to approve the intermunicipal agreement between Melrose Stoneham and Wakefield for animal control services.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Unanimous. Thank you. So this is signed by Dee.
Yes.
And then you will get it on to the other two.
Correct. I believe as Stoneham has already approved, and Melrose, it's in process
Correct,
with the
yes.
city council.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Anthony.
Thank you. And thank you for being our animal control officer.
My pleasure. It was eye-opening to say the
He
least.
had some interesting stories.
I'm sure.
Going back, we will do Budget 29, Department of Public Works.
We'll move down this way.
Hi again.
Back again.
It's the Joe Show.
It's the team's show. Joe's just one of the cast of characters, that's all. So again, for the record,
And I'm just going to ask you all just to speak up a little. There's something loud back here today, so
Sure.
just speak up a little bit if you can.
Ian, adjust yours.
Well, the microphones don't usually work for us, but just,
What about the new speaker system, Ralph?
oh yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out that it's causing that feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what it is.
Just speak louder.
Just speak, just speak louder if you can.
you got it. So again, Joe Conway, Public Works Director, Ann Wade, our Business Manager, Bill Renault's still here. We're all back at the table for you today. That's everybody from DPW here. I don't know if Mr. Sullivan, you want to kick off?
You want me to go first? You want me to go after his discussion? How would you like to?
We've been doing they go first and then he
Yeah,
adds, if
that's
that's
fine.
okay.
Excellent.
Sorry to keep you here late, Jim.
Totally fine. So tonight,
Jim, not Joe. You're getting paid.
the feedback on the mic. By the staff.
I didn't take it that way.
And Joe's like, I'm salary. I'm not getting paid.
I took the under on today.
Oh my gosh.
No, we hired a new engineer.
Oh, good.
It's your turn, Jim.
No, I said Joe should go first. Joe was doing what I said. I said what we've been doing is staff goes first and then FinCom, if that's okay.
Sure. So anyway, three pieces to this. Public Works is majorly cut into three. Tax levy, what's funded through the tax levy, what's funded through the sewer enterprise, and what's funded through the water enterprise. So you've seen the budget. I provided a summation which calls out some of the highlights. To be honest, this year, especially last year, Mr. Sullivan, the FinCom subcommittee conveyed, that their outlook was that things were starting to get tight and we'll have to, put the belt and suspenders on. We took that last year, brought it into this year, took a look at everything from the bottom up and really tried to be as minimalist as absolutely possible. And a credit to my staff, I think we've delivered that in this budget presentation in front of you. I'll start with tax and then we'll move into the enterprises, or we can stop whatever the chair would like us to do. As far as the tax levy is concerned, so our overall increase as presented right now is $41,054, or just over 0.5% from fiscal 26. One caveat to that, though, is we still do have two unions that are going through negotiations. So the collective bargaining, where that may land, is not included in this at this time because it's not settled. However, running the bench test on that, and estimating where that may land, I would expect someday when this all settles out that the tax levy portion of Public Works' budget lands between 1.8 and 2.2% year over year. So in personal services, we're up $30,125. What is included in this, anybody that was due a contractual step increase, our clerical staff are under an executed agreement, so they're all in there. You know, aside from that, we adjusted the overtime a little bit, 2%, just to keep pace with some of the increases that happened. There are no proposed FTE count changes. The staff will still remain the same as it always has been. And one of the things we highlighted is we had one present vacancy on the tax levy side that we're interviewing for our Parks division. Purchases services on the tax levy side. So the overall increase is $15,440, and that is actually offset by an enterprise transfer that comes to us from the Civic Center, which is increasing $4,512. So the total effect here for this year, year over year, is $10,928. What makes that up? To Councilor Fox's point earlier, we talked about digitizing some of our records. One of the things that dovetails into that nicely is the way we manage our assets and our work orders against them. We went out last year for an RFP and landed on a new software, so our permitting, all of our work orders, all of our assets are digitized now. Every time we do a work order against it, it gets categorized and tagged to whatever particular asset we're working on. So at any point in time, we'll be able to click a piece of road segment, a piece of pipe, any asset that we manage, and see all the interventions we've done with that. What that'll do is then end up, let us depreciate some of the things that we have out on the street, aside from vehicles and things like that, which allow Bill and help him and his staff to forecast some of the longer term capital plans for utility replacements, streets, sidewalks, etc. So that increase is represented for the software licensing, which is split between water, sewer, and tax in thirds at $11,500. The only other purchase of service increase, $39.40. Bill's folks had some increases in their staff for training. We have 2 candidates that will be contesting their PEs this year, and then anticipating a bunch of advertising and projects that'll be filed and things like that at the registry, just to try to keep pace with that. The other significant change you'll see in that, probably the biggest change of the budget this year, is in professional services of stormwater. We're actually reducing that line $50,000 so that we can create an additional line that I'll speak to in a second. The professional services stormwater is basically for our NIPD's compliance, which is our stormwater reporting that we have to do. Feel free to jump in, but our testing is in a good spot. A lot of what we have to do is related to weather and the way that the summer has been. We need the rain to be able to complete everything we have to complete. With that being the case and feeling like we're in a pretty good spot, we dropped the funding in that line $50,000 so that we could create a new line for professional services related to the ADA. So Bill, our ADA coordinator, one of the things we've seen consistently now for the past few years is that requests for ADA related services are on the rise. And something, whether it's a new phenomenon or we're maybe just more aware to it, used to get an inquiry if someone had a sidewalk issue or a defect in the road or whatnot. Now it seems that the way that those are presented to us is they're not a defect in a sidewalk or a road. It's I have an ADA concern that I'd like addressed. So we needed a better way to track that to be able to categorize our expenses. So we created that line with the $50,000 that we had offset from the stormwater. And before I go, do you want to add anything into that one? Or?
No, again, we have our transition plan for the ADA, so we need funding to move that forward. That has a whole slew of projects that we'll be, picking off as we go annually.
I'll save it, never mind.
Lastly but not least, so I talk about the enterprise transfer from the Civic Center. So really what that is we inherited, when the town took over the Civic Center, they had done the air conditioning project and a couple other things there that were financed outside of the capital planning committee's purview. So really what that transfer line does is pay the debt that we owe to Bank of America. We talked about CARES, which was the other set of federal funding before ARPA. At that point in time, Ann and I had actually looked at that to see if some of the CARES money, we could pay that off, because there was a component of that paid for some upgrades here at the high school, which is supposed to be demoed. there's a penalty to it, and it actually proved to not be advantageous to take that advantage at that time. So that's something that will stay hover around the $135,000 range until 2029 when it will drop out. Materials and supplies across the board for the tax levy is unchanged for everyone. And then the sundry charges, dues, memberships, and things like that is all level funded as well. Last component to tax, snow and ice. We're not recommending an increase at this time. Although winter has returned, it seems like at least this year acutely, we would still consider holding off on that until we see a few years worth of longitudinal data that the weather pattern is going to dictate a need to move up from the $850,000 that we budget for. One little nuance to this budget that we do, we always throw a line in where under the director's request, I just apply the law of averages to an assumed rate of what next year's staffing rate and contracted rate may be, just to show a hypothetical to say, if all of these things prove true, your typical winter could be X. That is not what we're asking for. I know sometimes people might see that and think that there's a disagreement between myself and the town administrator. Not at all. It's more of just a transparency element to this. That sums up the tax levy. I can go into the enterprises if we'd like, or we can stop here and kind of take it piece by piece. You folks tell me.
I think do it all, and then
Okay.
people save questions.
Yep. So next up, the sewer enterprise. So these budgets, sewer and water, are funded through the rate structure that goes out in the quarterly billing. Some of the big drivers to this I'll just touch upon. So our preliminary assessment from the MWRA is increased this year, $159,907. That's essentially the bill that we get for them for all of the things that go down the drain, make it to Deer Island, and end up needing to get treated. Much like a lot of the budgets that you see, the biggest drivers here with the insurances, or in this case, the MWRA represents about 71% of the total sewer budget we still see here. Personal services and sewer is up $41,575. This includes all of the step increases that I mentioned before on the tax side. The one difference between the two enterprises is they're also aligned with a contingency fund set aside, so that when they do settle, we have the money for the contracts baked into these. It comes from a different pot in tax, but for water and sewer, you'll see that built in. So this budget is assuming that when things settle, we will have the funds to be able to do that without a subsequent additional appropriation. Much like tax, overtime adjusts just a tiny bit just to keep pace with the salaries. We're not proposing anything different as far as hours or anything like that. It's merely just keeping up with the rates. Purchase of services here is up the same, 11.5 that we talked about in tax. That's the second portion of that software license we talked about. Purchase materials and supplies, level funded. And then maturing debt, so the MWRA lines that I talked about earlier as far as capital. Maturing debt is basically the line that pays the bill for that every year. That's dropping $18,173. In water, we see our assessment from MWRA actually decrease $73,454. That's largely driven off consumption. Consumption was down last year. It was the second lowest in about a decade. When consumption's down, our assessment tends to go down because that is based off of the prior calendar year's metered water flow. Much like sewer, the assessment to the MWRA is one of the larger drivers here. That represents about 45% of your water enterprise budget. Personal services here is up $42,510. Again, includes step increases, a contingency for the two unions to settle and whatnot. The updated overtime changes, purchase of services, again, the third piece of that $11,500 that we talked about. Materials and supplies here, like everybody else, has been level funded. And then the big increase across the board in our maturing debt line in water, that's increased to $21,518 for this year. If you remember, a little while back, we got a $5 million authorization for water main replacements. This is just the payments coming due for that. So we'll be out in the springtime starting all that work and paying for it through this fiscal. So at the expense of coming off short, it's basically the highlights of it. We tried to keep it as simple as we can, understanding, the constraints of the town this year. But any one of us here, after I give Mr. Sullivan his chance at the right time now, we'll answer whatever you may have.
It's okay, he didn't have anywhere to go.
Thanks, I'm Jim Sullivan. I'm the chair of the subcommittee for the DPW, representing the group. So we did meet with the team, obviously. Overall, as Joe described, relatively straightforward. I didn't get very excited or have any strong debate. It was just too straightforward as it turned out. So I got to get on a different subcommittee, I think. But I appreciate the work the team does, and we talked about a number of things, but no new staff, obviously in the contract negotiations. Also had several long-term employees that have retired, and they've been hired at younger folks at lower steps to help offset some of those costs. So that was good news. The current year spending, we talked about the current year spending. A number of items look low, so to speak, on the current year spending to date, but we were kind of assured that a lot of it was timing, that as typically happens, particularly in these budgets, they do tend to catch up. The snow and ice budget, we talked about that for a little bit, about the potential override. As Joe described a minute ago, we've all taken the pleasure of having money returned from snow and ice for a number of years, and that's one of those line items not coming back this year, and so that's obviously he hit on that. The enterprises, we talked about that for a few minutes, and ultimately we also spent some time on the retained earnings. Retained earnings appear to be in line, which is something that we hit on as well. Other than that, some of the highlights that Joe described, some of the line item changes that he described for the ADA. We thought that was, good, prudent activity, and we thought the budget overall was in good shape. All right.
Liz or Dee, anything to add?
No.
No, we're good. Councilor Carney.
I'm just interested in the water sewer. You have a tremendous increase in the amount of water usage, I'm assuming, in fact, all these new apartments and dwellings within the community. And there are fixed costs, MWRA fixed costs that are part of this. Do we see a larger group of people absorbing some of these costs, and that there may be a reduction?
As they come online, so every cubic foot of water that flows through a water meter obviously, picks up some more of, the overhead and different things that we're trying to accomplish. We saw some of that increase when Foundry Street came online. Our baseline raises. One of the biggest things that makes this potentially volatile from year to year, though, believe it or not, is the weather. So if it's hot and dry over the summer, people are out, your activity, you're doing more. And when it's wet, that tends to drop off. That's the most consistent that we see. As the head of the lake comes on, we'll see our baseline adjust again. And then, bigger users like that, obviously, proportionally, will pick up a smaller amount. But one of the tough things is in our customer base of 8,000 customers, the majority of it is your single-family duplex type homes. The commercial base is relatively small comparatively. You have over 7,000 that are, I would call, your standard bread and butter residential. So it doesn't pick up as much as you would think by some of those bigger buildings coming on, because the other base is just so dominant in the way that that's skewed.
Interesting. Thank you.
Councilor Constance?
I had two quick questions. One, Bill, you referenced the ADA transition plan. Is that on the DPW website?
It's still in draft. It's going to be finalized probably within the next few months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then talking about the MWRI puts me in mind of the Crystal Lake treatment. Is that just level this year, no changes like we talked about several meetings ago?
Correct. Yeah. So we're essentially it's business as usual. We will come back in with an update once we get it around April, and get the official timeline from DEP, and have part 2 to that conversation. But status quo until we get something that brings us to the point where we're at a fork in the road.
Great. Thanks.
Councilor Fox.
I know you mentioned a lot of the water bills come down to sewer. Is there a plan to allow second meters in Wakefield again, or are we not going back to that?
So that is something that I feel like we evaluate about every other year. That is in the plan to be reviewed again. So that process starts usually with us in the office. We kind of compile everything. We get the advisory board involved. But that'll be up again, and by the time we have the rate hearing this year, that will be one of the things that you'll see, at least a couple of data sets to try to come up with a decision one way or the other.
Great, thank you.
Counselor Butler?
And then just sort of following up on the ADA question, you said you were getting more calls, people, instead of saying like, I've got a problem with my sidewalk, saying like, are they using the ADA as like a prompt to get you guys out there quicker? Is that what we're seeing? Like we're seeing people using it as a cudgel?
That's a tough question to ask. I mean,
is everybody
yes,
reading
yes
off
and
the same script? I'm calling about an ADA violation.
Yes
here.
and no. But
yes and no.
You have, I mean, there's a different, people are more aware to that, I think. The more that it's talked about and awareness is increased, and obviously if anybody says that they have somebody that's got an ambulatory challenge, we want to be able to at least have the means to address that the best way that we can to accommodate that. And this will be the first, it's one of the steps into being able to do that. Not only do that, but report on it effectively, so that should we have to prove what we're doing, we have the data and the reporting to be able to do what we need.
And then similar, I heard Jim say like, oh, we looked at all the actuals versus that, but the one that jumps out to me, the only one that like looks like you could have potentially trimmed was the water and sewer. Like, we haven't had a police detail in a year and a half on that.
No, we'll have, so those are, they're usually in arrears, so by the time this prints out, we're going through and printing that. The other one that happens all the time, cemetery is notoriously late.
Okay.
So when we get funded, it's the peak of the summer. You're not going to plant anything new, because if the sun's out and we're having the summer one, everything's torched. But come about May, you'll see that that's basically down to
I saw there was agricultural supplies on that line, but the only I was like more that we didn't have a water sewer hit at all in 2025 either.
No, we did.
No, we did.
We did.
Okay.
one?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
it's just
We definitely
it's
did.
just put someplace else. That's fine.
Yeah. Speaking to that point, there was an article in the Globe about septic being a bad infection that's going wild, and they suspect that it's that the hospitals are billing for a higher billable
for
disease
sepsis,
rather than
Yeah.
a increase in it. But just what was brought up earlier in regards to the two different water rates, or two different water meters. I had asked you last year, and when we do that, I want an analysis of how it impacts the person who doesn't do it.
Absolutely.
And that's why we've always voted against it, in the standpoint that if another 30% of the people in Wakefield decide to put in dual meters, the other 70% are going to, who don't do it, out of the ones are going to eat it. And there's a fixed cost there where they eat. And I know other people claim, oh, every other city and town has it. But usually, I look at it from the standpoint that people can afford putting in, sprinkler systems, then they should afford to pay for the water. And so I just want to bring that up as a part of an argument of why we've never done dual meters in the town. Thank you.
Did I see a hand? No. Do I have a motion?
Yes, move to approve the following budgets for fiscal year 2027, the DPW budget, the snow and ice budget, the sewer enterprise budget, and the water enterprise budget.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye, 7-0. Thank you. Should we do item D while you're here? Or did we just do that?
We did not, so we should.
This is different.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did the snow and ice budget for next year.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes.
I just wanted to get you out of here. So.
I appreciate that. So, candidly,
this is something that I've never had to experience to this point. So I don't know.
Please don't blame D.
Yes. This we were due, but I don't know if it was a stroke of luck or timing, but it is what it is. But so related to this year, the fiscal 26 or 25-26 snow season, as you saw in the memo, so this year started early in December and ended up being pretty busy for us. So we were called out for 31, we'll call them events. So when we get the call to go out, whether it's our staff, town staff, or the police department alerting us that it's slippery out there. That's the second busiest we've been since 2000. And I only know 2000 because I don't have anything recorded beyond that. This year was made up of 9 events where we were required to actually plow snow. 15 were sanding only, and 6 were compromised of either hauling snow out of the way because we got so much at the time, or cleaning sidewalks. At our building, we always measure the precipitation that falls at 35 North Ave, and this year we had 73 inches, which actually cracked the top 10 at 2000. No, since 2000, excuse me, at number 9. So our budget this year, $850, same as last year. The total expense to today was $1,513,890.70, leaving us in a deficit of $663,890.70. So here to you tonight, we're respectfully requesting to overdraft that so we can balance this out and look forward to hopefully warmer weather and no more snow discussions until let's say January of next year.
Any questions or comments on this? Councillor Butler.
I thought it was going to be worse. I had 31 events and like the 2 gigantic snowstorms. Like, yeah, I mean, lots, Jim, who's, still hovering back there. Like, we've had 600,000 before when it wasn't like this. So we got off light, I guess.
Don't complain.
I'm not, no. Well, also, we're saying it awfully early. Like, it's still March, folks.
Stop.
At this point, we just
March
let it melt.
23rd.
There's no more money. Councillor Tynes.
Just a quick question first of all, having the history in here is really helpful, and I think when you look at the run over the last, 8 to 10 years, like we were due. One question I had, fiscal 2025, we underspent the budget by a total of 5 cents. Did we pre-buy salt or supplies at the end of the year to run out the budget? Or, I mean, it's just a very...
No, literally just came in the razor's edge. So one thing that we always do, good practice, anytime we go out, if we used 100 tons of salt, we automatically order it. Mm-hmm. That way, we have the capacity to at least be self-sufficient, for 2, maybe 3 storms back to back before we really need help, from the supply chain.
Yep.
No, that was just a case of,
just sheer luck.
Inefficiencies, so we'll never not be safe.
Yep.
But if you do get something at the end of March that, you got to go out and treat or do something with, maybe we don't need to haul it away, because the sun will be up nice and high, and it should melt it all down. So anything, when you get towards the end, you can be as efficient and as safe as possible.
Got it. Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Carney.
It's interesting that you had more events than in 2015, which is the last time, as citizens, we felt the storm and how it hit us.
5 feet of snow in the month of February that year.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Thank you. Okay.
I do want to thank your team. 31 incidences, and I didn't get one complaint about it. And I know Town Administrator Casey talks about her commute to town and that the noticeable difference when she gets to Wakefield. So please pass on our thanks to everyone.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we got a bargain according to Councillor Butler. So
Yeah, although I think maybe those previous years where we wrote big checks, we had only budgeted like 300 grand for it, so.
We knew it was coming. Okay, do I have a motion?
Yep, move to approve the snow and ice overdraft for fiscal year 2026 of $663,890.70.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Anne.
you.
Thank you, Joe.
I think we have one more for
We
you,
have
Liz.
one more budget, Liz,
Yep.
that you're listed. The cable, sorry.
I thought I could sneak
Sorry.
away.
If your name wasn't there, I'd let you get out, but your name's there. We're gonna do a new budget for the cable television.
It comes from behind the camera.
So we spent some extra time with this budget with Ian and the treasurer of WCAT and went over revenues that are coming in, the trends. We looked at 23 to present, and revenues are declining from our three cable providers, Verizon, RCN, and Comcast. And that is driven by their customers. So there is a slight decline. We still need to operate this department, if you will, and so I think a fair but conservative figure for FY27, specifically in regards to WCAT and the contractual services of $315,000. The amount has been decreasing each year over the past few fiscal years, and this is the number we were felt comfortable with. We also would not be issuing payment to WCAT unless we've received that revenue and we have that understanding. So, it's an enterprise fund. We're not spending more than what we bring in, get a dollar, spend a dollar, that type of scenario. Under the franchise agreement with the providers, there is a piece for capital outlay for both the school department and for WCAT. So that is $25,000 that is outlined in the franchise agreement. And then just going back up to personal services under Wakefield Public Schools, there are two teachers that are media teachers. This does not cover their full salary. They happen to be at top step, each teacher. So this only really covers 1 1/4 of a teacher.
Councilor Carney.
I'm just wondering, where we go from this. Print media is getting, diminished totally and being spread out because people are getting their information from different sources. And now we have CATV consistently being reduced based on the economic climate. I know everybody hears that Verizon's always advertising, trying to get people off of cable and putting them on streaming, and that's going to further reduce our budget here. I think we have to look at, from an overall standpoint, how we get information out there. And I don't think people are getting information sufficiently in this community. And I think CATV can be part of the answer. I'm not sure how, but
Well, I can tell you, Counselor, that one of the things that we started several years ago was to work just as diligently, not just for the cable system, but also for any and all of our outlets on the internet. Everything that we put out that's on cable is also on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We've added TikTok this past year and X. So we try to put as much stuff out in as many different channels that people use nowadays.
Thank you.
Councilor Fox.
Just want to check before I say anything or vote anything. So I was a board member at WCET till July when I won this seat, and I'm doing the fundraising for Movies by the Lake as a volunteer, but not a member of the board. So I see Mr. Mullins on there. I don't know if that means I should recuse myself or just need to say it.
Oh,
We can't hear you, Tom. No.
Sherry, would you check yours?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sherry.
Okay. Tom, if you're on a laptop, is your volume on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yay.
So you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're talking about some past affiliations that you've had, is that right?
So I was on the board until July 25, and I'm currently helping coordinate Movies by the Lake.
As a volunteer?
As a volunteer, not a board member.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no reason for you to recuse yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
Follow-up question: my son is a periodic intern at the at WCAT. Should I? I don't think he's paid yet though, because he's not 16 yet. So.
Yeah, I think you need to resign from the board right now.
Just because I kept you here this long, Tom.
No, there's no need for you to recuse yourself.
God bless.
Okay, and Councilor Chrisley.
Just one clarification, Dee. So the memorandum of understanding is still forthcoming for the split that we discussed between the town?
It is on the 99th yard line of the 100-yard line, yeah. So, yeah, we're actively working on it. Tom has seen it. Now we're just looking at some different funding for WCAT for events that they're covering, that they're incurring expenses for. In order to keep their staff, if they can't do an event with their own capacity, they're hiring out. So we're looking at, and Ian has gone through and costed out what it costs per hour for them to go out and do all of these different events that they do. The necessity events are obviously these meetings, school committee, and graduation, town meeting. But there's a lot that they do that's optional. And so some departments may need to consider funding some events if they want to be covered.
So the memorandum, assumingly, is going to have a list of what they're covering and what they're not?
Absolutely, yes. And what the cost would be if an organization wants to have them cover it.
Okay, thank you.
Is it a negotiation or just a flat? I probably ask this question every year. Is it a negotiation or is it a flat fee that we get from Verizon, Comcast, and whatever the new name the other company's going by?
So it's a contracted negotiation that happens. Comcast is currently 10 years, RCN is 10 years, and Verizon is 5 years, although there have been several contracts in towns that have gone down to 3 years.
Now, who negotiates that? Is that us or is that WCAT?
Oh, no, that is not us. So that would be you in conjunction with your...
It's usually Cable Advisory
Cable
Committee.
Advisory Board, yes.
That's appointed by, would be you.
Okay.
And me.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
And in fact, both Comcast and Verizon are due up next year.
Councilor Fox.
So now that I have permission to speak, walking in, thank you. Thank you to your staff. I know how hard you all are working. I've been involved in many things over the years. As the cable subscribers goes down and the money goes down, there's been talk about a streaming bill on Beacon Hill that has died at this point. They never really did a big push for it. So when talking with our Beacon Hill legislators, it's something important we should mention. WCAT is not the only cable access company in our state. They're probably doing the best of many of them that are having issues right now. Ian still has a pretty much full staff. The doors are open, the lights are on, and they're doing a great job. So always make sure to push our legislators for that. And there are ways to get your information from WCT, like Ian said, from all those different ways they're putting it out there. They also accept donations. They are a 501c3, so if you like the services they're providing and want to donate money for things you like, there's an option on their website to do so.
Councillor Carney?
Yeah, and again, this is not my forte at all, but with our communications director and what's a way we can make it important for people to want to subscribe to WCTA, to use it? In other words, have all of the school announcements go through WCAT, have all of this information. Let's favor our better communicators and try to make people want to do it and get it. And I think if you kind of formulated it so that the senior citizens aren't going to see what they don't want to see, but the parents of students would see what they wanted to see, and subscribing to various stations where announcements can be made. I'm talking way above my head here because this is not my forte, but trying to make it important for people to subscribe and to use the systems we have, both the website as well as WCAT.
We're definitely having
That's as creative as I can get, but I just think there's something out there we might be able to grab onto.
We're definitely having ongoing conversations about how we can communicate better. And this is just another example of how we need to just sit down and put our heads together and come up with this plan and a solution.
Council, I think one of the things, and it's something that we're working to address in the next couple of months, is for people to, and this is something that we've been doing for years, it's for people to understand exactly how WCAT operates and how it's funded. Every time I talk to somebody, it's either, oh, you're a town department. No, I'm not a town department. I work with the town, but I'm not a town department. Oh, so you're a profit company? No, I'm not a profit company. I'm a nonprofit company. So you're a nonprofit company and you work for the town? No, I don't work for the town. So it's very difficult for people to understand how a lot of PEG systems work, because there are PEG systems that work for the town. There are so many different variations to how PEG stations operate. So for us, we're working to let everybody know, hey, you don't pay cable. If you've gotten rid of your cable, you're not helping to keep us around. Would you be willing to do a $20 or $50 a year donation in lieu of the fact that you're not having cable? And if you do have cable, if you show us a bill, then we won't ask you. That might be one way of doing it. We also are trying to find as many different ways as we can to fundraise services that we do with nonprofit companies else that are in Wakefield who are looking for something that we can help them with, and we get a little bit of a benefit in that way. So we're trying our hardest to get as much as we can. And to Councilor Fox's point, that money is going down, and we are rapidly reaching that tipping point.
Councillor Carney.
And again, I'm talking way above my head here. Can you stream?
Yeah.
Well, so we can have people apply to streaming WCAT if they didn't have cable.
So that gets into a little bit of a sticky wicket as far as legalities. Is if you're talking about us putting up a paywall, we can't really do that necessarily, and I would look to Mr. Mullen on this one. We can't really put up a paywall with government meetings behind it. Is that true?
Never heard that before.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't think so. You can put up a paywall for your services, And you're always free to broadcast an open meeting. So I don't see why you would be forbidden from doing that.
Okay, well, that was one of the questions we had was, and it was also kind of a moral argument with the board of directors as to whether or not that was a way we wanted to go for providing the services that we do to the town. Do we want to put that behind a paywall? These are all the discussions that we're having.
Yeah. Just an option.
Yeah. It is.
Any other questions on this? Okay, do I have a motion?
Move to approve the cable television budget for fiscal year 2027.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you can leave, Liz, now. Good night.
Thank you, Liz.
And then, Marissa, are you here just for the appointment? Is that why you've been waiting here?
Yeah,
You
to
and
give
Bill?
you guys a quick update on what's been going on with us and MAPC. And some of
Okay,
the
why
things we're
don't you both come up and why don't we talk about that then? So we're going to appointments I3. Why don't we do that? So I would love an update. I would love for it to be concise and brief as well.
Me too. A few things we have been working on recently. We got our grant money for the microtransit pilot program that we are going to be launching in conjunction with some of our peer communities, Woburn, Burlington, and Reading. This isn't exactly an MAPC initiative, but we were encouraged to apply for the grant through MassDOT by our North Suburban Planning Council representatives. North Suburban Planning Council is our sub-regional cohort made up of ourselves and, again, our peer communities. So we are really excited to get that rolling. Woburn they're the lead municipality on the program, so they'll be putting out an RFP. So I'm happy to update you guys again when we know a little bit more about the specifics of that. Data Common is MAPC's digital data platform that they are updating, and they have chosen again our sub-region as the test cohort to make updates to their new platform. So they'll be looking at our demographics, some of the key statistics and other metrics of our communities, and they will be uploading them onto a new interactive map that will be made available on their website. So exciting that of all the sub-regions in that MAPC covers, they've chosen us. We're really cool. And then we also applied for a technical assistance grant along with Wakefield, along with Stoneham and Reading to perform a regional market study. We are still waiting to hear the status of that, but if it is granted, MAPC will help us to produce a plan that will guide us in understanding the regional demand for commercial space, which can help us make informed planning and zoning decisions with respect to market trends and other metrics as well. So a lot of exciting stuff happening with MAPC. Yeah.
Any questions?
When are you hoping to get the microtransit? When is Woburn hoping to get that up and running?
We don't have an exact date. We had our last meeting with them maybe 2 weeks ago, so I think they're working on it right now. I expect it to go out probably within the next couple of months. I think we're hoping to get things moving pretty quickly.
Great.
So, yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion for an appointment?
Yes, move to appoint Marissa Meany as Wakefield's representative to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council for a term ending March 23rd, 2029, and William Renaud as our alternate representative for the same term.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for
Have a great night, everyone. Thanks, Dee.
Okay.
Do you want to just continue with the appointments while we're here?
Sure, let's do them.
Move to appoint Elizabeth Rourke as the ex officio member of the Retirement Board.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Great.
And move to appoint Barbara Rose to the Conservation Commission for a term ending April 30th, 2029.
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Unanimous, thank you.
And then finally, move to appoint Christopher McNamara as an associate member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term ending April 30th, 2029.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any further discussion?
Non-voting there mean? Just he's not.
So they have associate members that basically sub in as voting members if one of the voting
okay.
members has a conflict
That's
or
fine.
whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Great, thanks.
All in favor say aye. Thank you. We thank all the volunteers who serve on our boards. We really appreciate it. We still have some more openings, so look at our website and please apply if you're interested in some of those openings that we have. But thank you to our volunteers. Okay, going back up to item E, town election warrant.
Move to approve the town election warrant for April 28th, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. 7-0, thank you. Item F, Massachusetts Municipal Association, a discussion regarding the process of MMA votes. And I will go to Councillor Chines for this.
Sure. So I'm going to try to be brief. I think there's a lot here, so hopefully, as I'm trying to be brief, if there's anything that's confusing, we can try to clear that up. There are really sort of two things that we have been kind of working on as a town council with the MMA recently. One is the approval of the fiscal policy resolution at the MMA's annual meeting. And the second is the discussions we've had with regard to the two reports that they've listed. So let me talk through just very, very briefly, how those processes work and how we've been involved. First of all, I don't think this is news to anyone in this room, but for anyone watching, just very, very briefly, Mass Municipal Association is the trade organization for all of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. We are a member, as is everyone else in the state, and individually as town councilors, when we were elected, we all were added to their mailing list. They really do two things. One is a lot of training, education, capacity building, both for municipal volunteers like us, as well as municipal employees. And the second is around advocacy. And that's where I think our involvement lately has been focused. So one piece of advocacy, or one advocacy tool that they use is the fiscal policy resolution. So this is an annual statement of principles that is developed every year by the MMA, and it's really designed to guide their advocacy, particularly around state budget and finance issues. And if you read it, there are some differences every year, but it really, at least in the 5 years or so that I've served on the Fiscal Policy Committee, it really focuses on two fairly generic messages. So one is that it calls for greater fiscal support from the Commonwealth for all cities and towns in Massachusetts. And the second is that it generally calls for greater flexibility for cities and towns to make local revenue and spending decisions so that they can tailor those decisions to what's right for them. The way the process works is that the resolution is originally drafted by the Fiscal Policy Committee of the MMA. This is a group of 23 volunteers coming across Massachusetts. We have 3 members representing the mayors, 3 select board members, including myself, 3 city councilors, 3 town administrators, some finance committee members, and then a whole bunch of individuals that have sort of specialized municipal finance experience, mainly professionals who've worked in municipal government. This committee, just to sort of represent it, not just in terms of the roles, but in terms of the communities that it represents, is incredibly diverse. So we cover everything from the city of Boston. Mayor Wu is one of the representatives on the committee, though generally she sends someone. We also have select board and finance committee members from very, very small towns in the Commonwealth. We cover all regions of the state, Western Mass, the Cape, not the islands, but the Cape, as well as Metro Boston, Worcester County. It's a pretty diverse group, all different ideological perspectives as well. Very, very diverse group. After the Fiscal Policy Committee approves the resolution, which typically happens in October, it then goes to the full MMA Board of Directors. They then approve it. They may change some things, but they approve that, and then that gets presented to the full MMA membership. So it gets distributed out before the annual business meeting, which takes place at the end of January as part of their convention, and then it's voted on by the MMA membership. The way the voting at that convention works is that each city or town that's part of the MMA has one vote. In the case of towns, that vote is exercised by the chair of their select board, or in our case, our town council. This year, the fiscal policy resolution was approved unanimously by the Finance Committee, the MMA board, and the MMA membership as a whole at that annual meeting. And that's actually not unusual. So when we do this process, it's really intended to prepare, a resolution that is non-controversial, that's going to garner the support for all 351 cities and towns. And in fact, as I look back at the 5 years that I've been on the committee, I can't think of a time that the resolution hasn't gone through that process unanimously, either from the Fiscal Policy Committee, the MMA board, or the full membership. So that's the fiscal policy resolution, and that process. This year was a little bit unusual because one of the things that the MMA did was they commissioned the series of reports that we talked about. And there were two reports that they produced. One was A Perfect Storm. This was the report that set forth the financial challenges facing cities and towns in Massachusetts based on the constraints of Prop 2.5, as well as the very real declines in state aid since the Great Recession. This was something we reviewed at our tri-board meeting back in November, along with the school committee and the finance committee. The second report was the Navigating the Storm report, which was the series of policy and budgetary recommendations for the state legislature that were intended to try to address some of these challenges. And folks may recall, we reviewed that at our town council meeting on January 12th, where Town Administrator Casey presented a summary of that included pretty significant details in terms of the recommendations in that report. We also received both reports just as MMA members as part of their distribution. At that meeting in January, there were, I think, 3 different requests for the town administrator to send a letter to our delegation supporting the MMA's recommendations. There was no objection to that from the council, and so that letter that Dee wrote is in the packet today and was circulated prior. I will say the items that are referenced in that letter do match up to that presentation that Dee had put together at that meeting. There's been some question. I know we've had a public records request of, further meetings that we had on this. There were not any subsequent meetings between any members of the council to discuss the letter. It was a letter that Dee wrote on her own volition. She did circulate it to myself and to the chair, really, I think probably for editorial feedback more than anything else. And to ask if it was okay that our signatures were added to the letter, but no substantive changes or any discussion around that. So that's where that process is. Again, 2 different things going on at the same time. I think there's been some confusion. Hopefully that history helps to clarify things, and I don't know, Town Administrator Casey, if you have anything else you'd want to add.
Sure. The only thing I would add is that I think we pointed out on 3 different occasions at that meeting, it was discussed that a letter would be generated. And when I sent the letter out to the council 2 days after we sent it, I didn't receive any feedback or any questions at that point in time. If I needed to come to the council for a vote on every letter that I sent to the delegation for an operational or a policy, that would be really kind of an inefficient use of my time. And the reason that I sent it to Jonathan and Maureen is the chair, and Jonathan as well as the chair of the Fiscal Policy Committee, and I just wanted to make sure that this letter comported with what has been done in the past. As the first letter that I was sending as your representative to our delegation, I wanted to make sure that this was an acceptable format as to how things would have been done in the past.
Thank you, Jonathan and Dee. Councillor Carney.
Yeah, these groundswells that come up with people making accusations or taking things out of context. And then, Jonathan, I think if any one of us counselors had an issue with it, we would have addressed it with you or Dee. You didn't hear from any of us, did you? No. So these are the kinds of things that are happening in the background, and then all of a sudden people want to make them like it's a groundswell. Oh, geez, there's some secret thing going on there. I make a motion that we support the efforts by both the chair, the vice chair, as well as our town administrator in these efforts, because I agree with everything you said. Go ahead, get a second.
Why are we, like...
I think the motion is appreciated. I don't know that we need it.
Why do we care? Why do we care? I mean, we care maybe from
we were asked to
from
put
the
this on
notion
the
of
agenda.
excluded, but more just like, again, like, just because we're presenting sort of what MMA has put forth, that doesn't mean we as a council are like voting to say it to be so, or that like, this was, this is our representative to our delegation is are Denise and Maureen, and Jonathan's on the MMA. And I don't agree with everything in the letter, but I also don't think it's it isn't a call to action, and it isn't a call to us voting on this stuff. Now, I'm sure, I'm sure we're getting some emails and whatnot, but this seems to me. Like, by the way, do I think that we should let the people vote to do 2.5 override, or that we should pull 2.5 completely away? I don't, because I also think it holds towns accountable and really makes them feel the pain if they want to go over it, versus letting it just sort of be bypassed. And if we have an override, we've had plenty of them. They, for the most part, passed. But yeah, there are going to be some that don't pass, and that some, that isn't. I don't necessarily disagree with a lot in those letters, but I also don't. I certainly wouldn't have written myself up as saying like, oh yeah, everything that the MMA presented. I wouldn't have been unanimous at the table, I guess is what I'm saying. Because I didn't agree with everything. But, for the most part, lots of times I don't agree with everything and I still vote for it. But go on, if...
Councillor Fox.
So I was one asked to put on the agenda. I had a lot of people reach out. Jonathan, your explanation was perfect, in my opinion. I'm hoping those who reached out to me now get the full scope of everything that happened. I was asked you voted for it, confirmed that Maureen voted for it. We already knew that Dee had written the letter and that both of you were consulted on it, so I'm hoping this lays all that to bed. A lot of this came up because there was an issue in Reading. One of their members had, I guess, made an agreement. The rest of their select board disagreed. They took some actions against her. There was some concern that was happening here. I didn't see it that way, but I said, after talking to Dee about why I wanted to bring it up, your explanation was the reason why. I thought a nice, concise, here's how it normally works, concise. Here's how it did. It was concise enough.
Okay.
Jonathan style, concise.
So just to add to Jonathan, thank you for spending, lots of time doing that, and Dee, all the time that you spend on this. Just for everyone here to know, the MMA is our organization. We should be getting their emails. They have an annual convention that myself, Councillor Chines, Councillor Butler, and Dee attended in Boston. Everyone is welcome. They have lots of good trainings that I have told all of you about. You should go to their trainings. They are really helpful to understanding this job that we do. And their website actually has all this information as well. And so members of the public, it's not a password protective website. Please go look on it. Actually, the rules of who votes at the meetings is all on the website. And so if people have questions, I got one person writing me. I did not get members of the public. But if people reach out, Dee is always available. I, as chair, and Jonathan, as vice chair, are always available. But and we did hear back from the delegation letter that we sent in. So I'm glad we sent a letter, and I hope to send more letters to the delegation about our issues. including something that we said earlier. Oh, about streaming services. Councillor Constance.
I also hope that everybody who thinks they had a problem with this actually reads the substance of the letter. Like, can we please be substantive and understand what this volunteer, except for one person, board is doing in good faith for the benefit of our town? So, and I would urge anybody who continues to think that there's something nefarious happening to volunteer, to become more involved than just sitting behind your keyboard and sending a nasty letter to all of us. So let's focus on the things that are going to move our town forward and the substance of what we're trying to do here, and not get distracted by an idea that you may have that is entirely not what is in the substance of this letter.
Okay, any other items, any other discussion on item F? Okay, moving on, item G, outdoor dining and use of public way. Can I turn to you, Dee?
Thank you. Let me just pull it up. My computer's kind of...
My battery is also dying.
I know.
I've got 16%.
This is not going to be good if it dies on me right now.
USB-C.
Okay,
Do you want us to do licenses and come back to you?
Yeah, I'm having, it's not coming up.
Okay, let's move on to item H, licenses. Jonathan.
Yes, move to approve a secondhand dealer license for J'adore LLC at 332 Main Street.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
And move to approve a livery license for Starlux Transport at 14 Hamilton Road.
Question.
Can you second it and then ask the
Second.
question? Second, thank you. No, and what's your question, Councillor Carney?
A livery license at a home address, I'm just concerned about what that might mean. It could just mean a Hackney license, could be, someone with one car, but I'm just saying that I'm not against this, but I'm concerned about.
Oh, are they running a fleet
Yeah.
out of their house? That's an interesting question.
There's a couple of places that brought to my attention in the town where, people will park 3 or 4 cars on one lot, and neighbors to complain about it, but we don't have a bylaw that controls parking. As long as you have a licensed vehicle, you can park three parked cars on your front lawn. I just be concerned about what the intent here is.
In the application, the license requested is for one driver for one vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I just saw that. Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
I was going to ask Sherry. Councillor Fox.
I would also say with regards to that, there are a lot of people who are operating, I'll say a fake Uber, saying it's a limousine company. At least this person has taken the steps to make it official, as opposed to a guy with an SUV doing Logan runs, which is very different because this guy is taking those steps with us and probably with the state. So even though it's out of his house, that's a good thing because at least he's on record for it.
Thank you.
And actually probably paying insurance.
Actually, we have a copy of the insurance in the...
Yeah, his license is there, business certificate. He's got so much more than the other people I see offering to do rides.
Any other questions about this license? Okay, motion made, seconded. All in favor, say aye. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
All right, and move to approve a fortune teller license for Devora Intuitive for a mobile license.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion?
Does it include a bowling alley?
No, it's not checked.
Okay.
The box is not checked for that. Nor a pool
Entertainment
table.
license covers a little bit more than is that.
I feel like we told you this, Dee. This is where the former town administrator would make a joke about they're sure the licensee.
They could see it coming.
They could see it coming. So you might just have to work on putting
I'll work on my delivery. Thank you.
Got your dad jokes handy.
All in favor? Say aye. All recusing themselves? 1. 6, it's abstaining, not recusing. So 6-0-1,
Abstaining.
Sherry. Thank you. And now we will go back. Dee?
So yeah, so I'm gonna punt on this. Sherry, I might need you to jump in. So this is an annual thing where we come before you to look at my ability to execute a license agreement with any of the businesses that want to put out any seating on the sidewalk. I believe there was one, Sherry, last year that took advantage of this?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so one establishment took advantage of this, but we want to make sure that obviously they're conforming and that they're filling out all of the paperwork appropriately. And then this would authorize me to then execute the license agreement.
Counselor Carney?
Is it all right to share who last, I can't recall.
It was
when last-
Inspire.
Inspire Cafe.
Inspire Cafe,
Oh.
the coffee shop. Yeah.
Yes.
So we used to have
It wasn't
more.
public kitchen?
And they're not technically.
Oh, it's not outside when they open the
They open the
windows?
windows, but they're still
Yeah,
inside.
they're still inside.
Oh.
So we used to have more, and I would hope that working with Erin and maybe the
Economic development,
chamber, because I think it was harder for more people, but I think residents love it, and if we could get more people, and I'm going back to my thing that I've talked about for 9 years, and I'm going to continue talking about it, is we talked about, maybe putting some picnic benches or picnic tables in shared areas, like outside of the Greenwood School, so people could walk across from the restaurants there and sit out there. So I think maybe looking at some parklets or park areas that maybe we could make, it might, we have some time now to think about that and not to block sidewalks. The reason it goes through you is just to make sure people can get by. But I think there's other areas that we could maybe put outdoor spaces for people to gather and eat.
This is not COVID like when we put out Jersey barriers and all that.
No.
None of that, okay.
No.
That's, I'm fine with it.
No. And I think that's why the restaurants, it's just, they have to get somebody else they were finding it that they had to hire another server.
Yeah.
So, Blue Moon by me, they were it just wasn't worth it for them. Counselor Constance.
So is this a policy, or how are we deciding if I'm a restaurant and I want a little sidewalk cafe, what process-wise? I'm confused about the process.
Is it the same permitting process that would go to you, Sherry?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. They need to just fill out the application in the portal and
then it goes
yeah.
through the various departments and to make
Exactly.
Sure.
Does it cascade like the fire, the police, like a lot of the permits? I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and is that, I hate to say this, is that cascade the reason that nobody's doing it? Just because is it not worth it permitting wise, or is it not worth it customer wise?
I haven't heard any
Like, is it a
feedback that
pain
the
in the
portal
ass
is
to
hard
beat?
to navigate. Sherry, have you?
He's not a curse.
No.
Let me say this, there's more than one that was, when you're talking that way. There were a couple of places that had chairs or tables out in front.
Yeah. So I
Without
actually,
permits.
Dee, it would be great to talk to some of the businesses that did it in the
Absolutely.
past and ask them, was
What their
it overly
experience
burdensome,
was,
or
yeah.
was it just not fiscally
Rewarding?
Feasible.
or
Preferable.
I'm like, what's
I do
the
think
word?
the staffing is a big piece
Yeah,
of it.
but I think because we know who did it in the past, so I think to follow up with them and ask that would be helpful to get some feedback, because it might be too burdensome.
I think
for them
Erin
to
has
do.
that feedback.
Should it just be an ADU type thing where it's by right?
No.
I honestly think there are other shops that did it. And they just had a table out front, people go in and buy a coffee and some pastries, they go out and they sit at their table.
Oh, it's the booze.
And I think it's because
There were-
some
there
have
were two others.
alcohol is why we
Yes.
have to go through this process. But it would be great to just ask some of them why they're is there some why they didn't continue it.
Absolutely.
Good question though, Counselor Constance. Yeah. Do I have a motion though?
Yes. Move to allow outdoor dining in the use of public way for restaurants and businesses, subject to license applications and approval by the town administrator.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, all in favor, say aye. 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to item J, we have a donation for the Friends of Mapleway Park for $6,816.
Yes, move to accept the donation as presented with thanks.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. 7-0. Thank you. Item K, warrants.
So we have catching up on warrants for you. Going forward, this will be a more timely, be done in a more timely fashion. I apologize. But this catches us up pretty much through warrant 36.
I put a lot of work into this.
Thank you, John.
It's a lot of stuff.
A lot of spreadsheets, John. A lot of spreadsheets. If there are anyone has any questions.
Any questions about any of the warrants? Anything to highlight?
Not really.
No. Okay.
We're just paying our bills.
That's great. Okay, moving on to item L.
Move to approve the town council meeting minutes for March 9th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. All not abstaining is 1. Thank you, Sherry. Did we get through it?
We did.
Did I do everything, Jonathan?
Announcements.
So we'll go to item number 7, announcements. Counselor, Town Administrator Casey.
So I have 2 super quick. I'm happy to say we have 24 applications for the Assistant Town Administrator HR position, and we still have a couple weeks left on the deadline. So I'm very happy about that. We are going to start making some changes to how we handle our FOIA and our public records requests. We've had residents emailing staff directly, asking for public records requests, asking for information. Going forward, we're going to have members of the public go through our public records officer, which is Betsy Sheeran. A couple reasons that helps us track the requests that we are getting, and also making sure that they're getting to the right person. Per the public records law, which we have not been implementing here, is we are allowed to charge a maximum of $25 per hour. The first 2 hours of work for each department are free. So what will happen going forward, Betsy will receive these. She will send it to the appropriate department. They will develop an estimate based on the number of hours they think it will take to comply with the request. And then she sends them an estimated invoice. They pay the invoice, and then we will begin the work. And this is to, the point that we've been getting a multitude of these requests. They've been very cumbersome on staff. We've been asked to go beyond just providing public records to clarify comments made in meetings, to clarify memos and things of that nature. And that's not really the point of the Freedom of Information Act and the public records request. Obviously, I consulted with Town Council, Tom Mullen, on this decision, and he assisted Betsy and myself with developing the standard email that we will be sending out when we get public records requests from external entities. And we will be making a distinction between this and internal boards and committees that might ask questions of staff based on work that they're doing as part of their work on a committee. So there's 2 different requests that come into our staff. Those from the complete outside that are true public records requests or Freedom of Information Act requests. And then those that come from someone on the Board of Health sends Anthony an email because they need a clarification on something. Those are 2 very different things. So I just wanted to let the council know that going forward. So if you receive feedback from residents as to why all of a sudden we're doing this, we've always had the right to do it. And I just think at this point, given the number of these requests and the strain that it's putting on some of our staff, particularly certain boards and committees, I think it's time that we need to take a new approach to this problem.
Thank you very much. Any questions about that?
Thanks for addressing that, Dee, and I agree with the two track intake and response for people who are serving on boards, because I think they're obviously volunteering their time to an important town function.
Thank you.
I think the first 2 hours piece is free is important because I think people do have rights to like get information and should be able to get it with, minimal difficulty. I know I think I did it when I ran to get voter rolls or something like that. I'm trying to think of when but yes, or your first one is free, and your 19th one gets you pay $10 times the number of ones you've asked in a given year. But yes, $25 an hour seems perfectly reasonable and fair.
And unfortunately, that's not an exaggeration about 19th one. So these are frequent flyers, just to reiterate. Also, Dee, you'll be putting this information somewhere on our website so people can see the process so that everyone is being treated the same, that is they will go through the town clerk's office, staff will figure out how long they will take to gather the information, and then the person who asks will be told what the cost is for getting that information.
Yes, and I shared this at a department heads meeting, so all department heads know that this is the standard moving forward.
Yeah. Councillor Fox.
Where will the money be going? Just a general fund?
It's general fund, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can help the town by doing a freedom request.
Yeah. You can either donate to WCAT or you can
$25 an hour pays for the effort.
Yeah, that is a really good hourly rate. So,
that's
but it is to help the frequent flyers who kind of are asking.
You're paying that at Dunkin' Donuts now.
Tom, did I miss anything? Did you want to add anything?
No, I would just say that I think we're making a proper distinction here between external requests, which we really have to limit to public records, and internal requests from town officials. And if they want information that goes beyond, here's a copy of the document that's responsive to your request, that's fine. I always tell town officials, there's nothing in the law that requires us to write an essay. We never have to come up with some kind of explanation or history or lengthy disquisition. And people ask us for these things daily. And if we were to attempt to respond, then our employees would be doing little else but that. So again, when a request for that kind of information, hey, can you tell me the history of this program, comes from a town board or official, that's one thing. When it comes from a gadfly who just wants to hear himself talk, I think we need to say rather firmly, you need to read the public records law. We will abide by it, but we will not go beyond it.
Thank you, Tom. Any other announcements? Councillor Tynes.
Just very, very briefly. In recognition for White Ribbon Month, which is the month of March, I just wanted to mention Wakefield Alliance Against Violence is hosting a conversation tomorrow around sort of healthy masculinity and preventing violence. That's in conjunction with the Stoneham and Melrose Alliances Against Violence tomorrow at the BB at 6:30. So encourage people to attend if they can.
Any other announcements? I'm just going to very quickly, my brother lives in Oregon, and last week Wakefield was on the news in Oregon. I just want to thank our public safety officials for all that happened last week and for, as they always do, just handling difficult situations very well. So thank you for all of that. Remind everyone that our town meeting is May 4th. We've approved some budget warrant articles, so please mark your calendars to attend on May 4th. And also just wanted to mention that a few of us went to the installation at Temple Emmanuel of Rabbi Micah Becker Klein. Rabbi, welcome to our community. We are really excited to have you join and wish you all the best. And I think that's it. Okay.
We could stretch it out for another 24 seconds.
No. Any item 8, matters not anticipated for the agenda.
You must have another quick question.
No matters not anticipated for the agenda. With that, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Our next regular town council meeting will be Monday, April 13th. Thank you.
And if you put under 4 hours on Calshi, you won. No, you already gavelled
We
it.
do have something to sign, I'm sorry. It's going around. It's for,
Oh, the church thing?
Spinelli's.
Oh, there are 2 churches. We got to sign it twice.
Yeah.